Hi, good morning, everyone. And I would like to welcome you all towards this AZ-900 session talking about Microsoft Azure fundamentals. So let's start this session now. So before starting talking about this course called AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamentals, let's just have some quick introduction between ourselves. So let me start introducing myself. My name is Shivam Shukla. I'm currently working with the GTechLearn Private Limited. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm working as a solution architect in here. Overall, I have 6+ years of experience in this IT industry only. Initially, I started my career as a data analyst, where I was working with the different technologies like Microsoft Excel for data analyst. I was working with the Microsoft Fox Pro and the other different tools over there. Slowly and gradually, I upgraded myself and learned the different technologies of the Microsoft in the different domains. So right away, I'm able to provide the trainings into the multiple domains like Microsoft Business Applications, where we are discussing the training about the Power Platform environment, about the Dynamics 365. Also, I'm able to provide a training relatively for Microsoft Project and the Project Server. Also, I'm able to provide a training over to the SharePoint server, where it is going to be my on-premises SharePoint area, or maybe it's going to be a cloud-based SharePoint area. Other than that, we'll be able to provide a delivery towards the data platform as well, talking about Azure SQL database services or the Cosmos DB databases. Also working with the Microsoft Azure services in here, talking about how to utilize the cloud infrastructure to be have a very productful environment to be presented. And also I'm able to provide a training relatively towards the security services of the Microsofts in here. So that was something about my technical exposures, what I'm having right away in here. Apart from this, if I'll talk about the certifications of myself, so I'm currently certified with the MCT as well from the last 4 hours on a continuous basis. And also I'm having the 15 plus certifications in the Microsoft area itself, where in this specific course, we are mainly going to focus towards one certification called Microsoft Azure Fundamentals. That is a fundamental course having a 1-star rating certifications in here. So let's get started now. If I'll talk about the course, what we are going to discuss till now in here. So this course will going to provide you some fundamental level knowledge of Azure cloud environment, about the different cloud concepts, about the Azure core architecture, services, and about Azure management and governance in here. In this specific course, we required or we recommended that we have a proper audience who is going to start their journey from the beginning towards the cloud computing area, and who wants to get some exposure about how Microsoft Azure provides a different sets of services on a rent basis to start working with them. And also it is officially a 1-day course of AZ-900 exam objectives. However, we're going to cover this whole specific course in this 4 hours of training right away in here. It is also recommended that the person who's already having the IT background on them may go and join this session here. But if you guys didn't have the IT background itself, so don't worry about that. We're going to start every concepts from very basics so that everyone will going to understand each and everything's in here. If I talk about the dividation of this course, so the whole course is going to be divided into the 3 different modules. The module 1 will mainly going to be focused towards the cloud concepts, where we are going to have a look what is cloud computing, what different concepts are present, what is the benefit of using the cloud computing, what is going to be the different uses concepts, and lots of other things. Then after, in the module number 2, we're going to discuss about the Azure architecture and services. So we're going to have a look that how broad Microsoft Azure network is, on what different countries out of how many regions Microsoft is providing its Azure services to be work in the cloud area, and what different kind of services he is providing in terms of working with the compute, with the networking, with the storage, with the database, and management, monitoring, and so on. Then in the model number 3, it's going to discuss about Azure management and governance area, where we are going to have a look that if we do have some resources already created, how can we start managing them in the Azure portal, or maybe using other CLI methods as well, like Bash shell or the PowerShell itself, and also how we are going to manage the governance area about the compliance of my data, of my services, what we are having, and lots of other thing in here. Apart from it, if I'll talk about the certification area, that if some of you guys may wanted to go for the certification as well for this AZ-900 program. So if you guys are planning for the certification, so you need to understand from which domain, how much of questions can we get in the examination. However, it is not going to be the purest form of dividation in the weightage area, but still we can follow through this guidance, and accordingly we can pass out the examination in a very good score. So from the very first module, what we are having about the cloud concepts, from that domain, from that objective domain, you will get approximately of 25 to 30% of questions in there. Then after, from another module called Azure Architecture and Services, you will get approximately of 35 to 40% of questions. And then from the third domain called Azure Management and Governance, you will get approximately of 30 to 35% of questions on your end. So this is a purely dividations of the questions, that how much we will get from which of the concepts in here is directly mapped to that over to the examination area itself. The higher the percentage, the more questions you are expecting from that domain itself. Talking about the lab scenarios, so Microsoft is providing a labs using the sandbox area. So over there, you can actually go and search for Microsoft Learn Sandbox directly over to your environment. Let's suppose, am I going to utilize the Microsoft Learn environment in here? After writing down the Microsoft Learn, you need to just write it down the specific course code against which you need to start working with your labs, and then hit on the enter button. After hitting on enter button, you will find a link in the chat in the Google that saying learn.microsoft.com from exam AZ-900. So just click on that first link which you got, then go to the bottom side, and here you will find the self-paced option available. Under the self-paced, you will find some learning paths. So inside the learning paths, the different sets of sandbox are going to be available. So just like the way I have opened one of the learning path called Azure Architecture and Services, underneath that we are having one program that needs to be covered, the one module. Under this module, you will find the exercises. So for each and every module, there are some exercises present. And for working with this exercise, just click on that exercise area. And then you will find the option here to sign in for activate a sandbox. By default, because I have already signed in with this account, that is why it is giving me an option to activate the sandbox in here to work with that. However, on the very first time, if you guys will come, you will find the option here called sign in for sandbox. So just click on that, fill up your sign up profile, like your name, your location, phone number, and the rest of the things, and your sandbox will going to be ready. After that, it will going to give you another option of review permission. So just click on that review permission option. It will going to verify your account permissions, and then it is going to start opening your sandbox environment in this area. Next thing, if I'll talk about that, the sandbox can be accessed via user ID on a daily basis at 10 different times. And each and every time you will open a sandbox, the sandbox is going to be available for 1 hour only. Every time you are activating, it will provide you 1 hour of time to work with that sandbox, and then the sandbox is going to be expired, and you can open the sandbox 10 times per day. So this is the limitation of it. Once the sandbox is going to be opened, then you can just write it down and have a list of the task what you need to complete, and then using that task steps, you can just go through with the sandbox environment and perform the labs to get a practical knowledge for the same. So here, just like the way you can see, it is activating my sandbox in here, and you can see my time remaining is 59 minutes right away. And I have used a 2 out of 10 box sandbox for today itself. So this is my second attempt of accessing the sandbox. Once it is going to provide me the environment, I can start working with the labs. So this is how you guys can go ahead and access the sandbox environment on your end. whenever it comes about the lab things. So that was something which we are having in the very first 00 module of this course. Now let me go ahead and start working with the very first module of this course, talking about the cloud concepts in here. So just give me a sec. I'm going to open my PowerPoint presentations in there. Okay, so let's start working with the first module known as the cloud concepts. Under that cloud concepts module, we are going to discuss about what is cloud computing, what is shared responsibility, what is cloud models, what is capital versus operational costing. Then after, we're going to discuss about the benefits of cloud, and we're going to discuss about the different cloud service types we are having in line. So let's get started with the first concepts of what is cloud computing. So cloud computing is a delivery of computing services over to the internet that will help you to enabling your faster innovation, flexible resources to be used, and economics of sales in on a rental basis. So you will get the computing services on rent on the internet itself. So there's going to be the different sets of models for enabling on-demand access of a shared pool of configuration of computing resources. So that was known as the cloud computing. So you can opt for a renting services for the compute, like the servers, like the VMs, CPUs, RAMs, SSD things, and so you can opt for the renting things over to the network itself, like the firewall, maybe the router, maybe the web application firewall, Azure front door, and a lots of other different networking appliances. Same way for the storage services as well, like a storage account, data box, data explorer, or maybe the other ones. So these different kind of services you can opt in here. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the shared responsibility model. So what is a shared responsibility model? It is something which we can call it as a working progress for any of the infra. Let's suppose that you guys have your own infra available where you guys are having your own server. Over to the server, you are hosting a web app, and the web app is utilized by the millions of users in the world. So for managing that thing, there are going to be the different sets of responsibility that needs to be taken care by the different users. So the same way, when you guys are opting for the cloud services, so at the time of opting the cloud services, which responsibility needs to be managed by the cloud provider, and which specific I'll say the responsibility needs to be managed by the customer itself, the same thing will going to come under this shared responsibility model. So in this model, it is representing that whatever highlighted with the light blue is managed by Microsoft in the Azure. What is highlighted by the dark blue will going to manage by the customer. That means you or maybe us. And then whatever the next thing we are having on the shredded basis will going to be on a shared note. So by default, if I'll talk about on a normal node, that there are three different responsibilities that is always going to be managed by the customers are, first one is information and data. What information you need in the app, what data needs to be stored, how the data sharing should be done. Each and everything from that portion is going to be managed by the customer itself on each and every time. Second one is about the device. Device means that if you guys are working with the web app, so are you want the users to access that web app to the device only using the mobile, only using the laptops, desktops, tablets, and so you can control the device in it, that which kind of device can access your websites and other things. So that is also one thing is always going to be managed by the customer itself. Next thing is about accounts and identities. Accounts and identities means how many users are going to be work in your current organization, which user will going to use which identity to authenticate themselves in the portion. Also, after how much of time or what kind of data are they actually going to be utilized inside this VM itself. So These three responsibilities is always going to be take care in any either way of shared responsibility models relatively for the customers. The same way, three responsibilities are always present for the Microsoft itself. The three responsibilities are physical host. That means whatever the physical server is, where every computing thing is working. So the maintenance of that server, the installation of that server, the specific electricity supplies to that server, and the rest of the things are going to be managed by the Microsoft. Same way, for connecting that server to the internet or to the other areas where the customer wants to work with, so the networking for that kind of things, the physical networking is always going to be managed by the Microsoft itself in here, the second model, the second responsibility. The third responsibility is their physical setup or the physical data center, that where that server is installed, about the security of that area, about their cooling temperature and the other things. These three things are always going to be managed by the provider itself. So in the Azure case, it will going to be the Microsoft. Apart from it, it always going to be depend that which responsibility is managed by which of them, depending upon the model they are working. The model is either they are working on an on-premises section. That means they are having their own data centers, their own servers, their own installation, their own configuration, their own networking, their own electricity, and so that will come under the on-premises. So if everything is on on-premises node, so they need to go ahead and manage each and every aspects on their side. That means the customer. So the customer always need to manage each and everything in the on-premises area. So the cloud provider will not going to have any kind of role in this section. Once we are opting for the cloud services, and in the cloud, we are opting for infrastructure as a service. So for infrastructure as a service, that means the IaaS platform, the Microsoft is going to manage only three of the responsibilities, like the physical host, physical network, and the physical data center. Rest of the responsibility needs to be managed by the customer. That means the information and the data, devices and itself, accounts and identities, identity directory infrastructure, applications, network control, operating systems, and the other things. So the first seven responsibility is towards the customer side. The rest of the three is towards the Microsoft side in the IaaS platform. And the example for IaaS platform is a virtual machine. Then for another kind of a service called platform as a service, that is PaaS, over there, the four responsibilities are managed by the Microsoft. First one is the operating system that needs to be run in the backend, the physical host, physical network, and the physical data center. Apart from it, the rest of the three is going to be on a shared node, like the network controls. So some of the network controls are going to be managed by the Microsoft, some of them are going to be managed by the customer. Some of the applications are going to be managed by the Microsoft, which needs to be run in terms of providing the proper platform. Some of them can be decided by the customer end. So the customer end can decide, and then Microsoft will manage. Same way, customer will decide about the identity uses by the service, and the Microsoft will going to manage it. So this is how the specific responsibility is going to be diverted. And the rest of the three responsibilities known as information and data, which is going to be stored, devices that can access this service, and the accounts and identities that can access these data itself, all of them are going to be managed by the customer. If I'll talk if I'll talk about the example of the PaaS, so we are having the example called web app, and then we are having the another example called a container instance on a cloud basis. We are having the storage account, Azure Key Vault, and lots of other things. If I'll talk about the software as a service, so in the software as a service, everything is going to be managed by the by the provider, except information and data, devices where they can access, and the accounts which is going to be accessed. And also a kind of a directory implementation they want, or the directory, I'll say the identity provider they want to utilize. So they can recommend the identity provider, however, managing is going to be done by the Microsoft. So the apart from these three responsibilities, The rest of them is going to be managed by the customer itself. So by the Microsoft itself, sorry. So this is how your responsibility model is going to be done in a very different way, in a very different manners, using a different types of services. Example for the software as a service is Office 365, what we are having. So this is the best example of software as a service. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the different types of clouds. So there are three types of clouds that are available. The very first is a private cloud. Second one is a public cloud. Third one is a hybrid cloud. So what is a private cloud? Private cloud is something which is created by the organization. Let's suppose, for an example, I'm working with the GTech. So GTech has its own data centers available, and we are using that data center as a cloud to provide our services to our employees, which is presented into a different location on a VPN node or maybe on a different way. So this is a private cloud we have created. We have created a data center, created a cloud environment, and we are providing the accessibility to our different employees, which is presented across the globe. Now, it's an example. So it's always going to be created by the organization, and everything about maintenance, about any errors needs to be intervention or needs to be remediated, and so it will going to be managed by us only. That means our own employees. So they are having that accessibility to go there and make the things changes happen, whatever it is has to be done. So by default, this private cloud, that means our GTech cloud, cannot be accessed by any of the outer persons that are not working with my company called GTech. The next thing is a public cloud. Public cloud means a cloud area which can be accessed by any of the person in the world. If a person has a laptop or has an internet connection, or maybe he has a device of mobile or tablet, anything with the internet connection, they can access the cloud services. So that will come under the public cloud area. It always going to be owned by the different cloud service providers or the hosting providers, we can call them. It will going to provide the different resources and the services to multiple organization in order to work with, and it can be accessed via secure network connection, typically over to the internet. And by default, how many different public providers we are having? So we are having the Microsoft, that is providing the Azure cloud. We are having the Amazon, that is providing the AWS. We are having the Google, that is providing the GCP. We are having the IBM, that is having the IBM cloud. Same way we are having the Alibaba itself, and lots of other public cloud providers. So these are the different public cloud providers we are having. If I'll talk about the hybrid cloud. So what is a hybrid cloud? Hybrid cloud is a mixture of these public and a private cloud. So over there, whatever cloud I have developed in my GTech environment, in my GTech data center, along the public providers which I'm using, known as Azure or something else, that will going to be connected with each other. So I'm using the whole environment, and that is known as the hybrid environment. So I'm also using my own data center services. I'm providing their services to the outer persons as well. I'm taking the services from the Azure as well as from the AWS as well as from the GCP. So it is a hybrid environment. So I'm using a multiple platform to be worked with. The benefit of working with the hybrid environment is we can always decide where to develop what kind of services. So I can go through with the minimum costing thing. Wherever I will find a minimum costing, I will host the specific service over there. If I'll talk about the cloud comparison between these three different models what we are having. So the public cloud, in the public cloud, no capital expenditure needs to be set it up. Applications can be quickly provisioned and deprovisioned in there. Organizations need to pay only for what they are using right away. This is an example for the public cloud. However, in the private cloud, because we are creating our own data center, we are creating our own public cloud environment in there. So first of all, we always need to purchase the hardware. That is going to be your capital expenditure. Before starting the work, we need to spend some capital to purchase some sort of equipments to connect with each other to create a proper data center. So over there, we need to create the purchase the hardware for startup or for the maintenance itself. Then organization will going to have the complete control over the resources that can be deployed and the security of those resources. Also, organization are always going to be responsible for their hardware maintenance, software maintenance, and the patches updates and the other things. So each and everything is going to be managed by the customer itself. Then if I'll talk about the hybrid cloud, it will provide us the most flexibility. Organization can determine where to run their applications, and also they can have a shared control about the security, governance, or the legal requirements. By default, Microsoft is securing their environment on their own, but still you can secure your environment on your based conditions. Whatever the conditions you are defining according to your organization, accordingly you can secure your environment in here. If I'll talk about the comparison between the capital expenditure and the operational expenditure, so the capital expenditure means whatever the expenditure we are doing at the time of starting up our business, whether it comes about the data center setup, like we are purchasing the hardware appliances for servers, rack servers, RAMs, virtual CPUs, SSD, SDD. We are purchasing the network appliances like firewall, routers, switches, and the other things in there. That will come under the capital expenditure. Now, the operational expenditure is that if we are having our own data center available, so we need to hire some candidate for a continuous maintenance of my server area. So that will come under the operational expenditure. Also, we need to have a proper electricity to be stable. Also, the physical networking to be available. So whatever the expenditure we are doing in that area, that will also come under the operational expenditure. That means whenever we need to run a business, so at the time of running the business, whatever the expenditure we are doing will come under the operational expenditure. So whenever it comes with the private cloud that we are using our own, we need to bear both of them. But in the public cloud area, we don't have to worry about the capital expenditure, about the operational expenditure. We just need to pay for the service we are using, and the rest of the thing is managed by the Microsoft. So that will come under this area. Under this Azure, they will also provide you the consumption-based model. In the cloud service provider, it will provide you this consumption-based model. That means whatever consuming you are doing in terms of their compute services, networking services, storage services, and so based on that consumptions, you need to pay the amount, and you don't have to worry about capital or operational expenditures in that area. So that was something we were having in the very first lesson of this module here. Now, the next lesson is about the cloud benefits. So what is the cloud benefits? So by default, we are having a lots of different benefits that are available in this cloud area. If you guys are working with, right away, let's talk about some of them. So the very first benefit the cloud is providing us is high availability. So Microsoft is saying that if you guys are opting for their service, or you guys are opting for a service, for an example, if I'm saying that you guys are opting for a server installation in the cloud. So we are installing a server using one of the service called virtual machine. And with the virtual machine, I'm using the premium SSD to store my data. Okay. So I got the virtual machine service with the premium storage. So in that scenario, Microsoft is offering me a 99.95% or 99% of high availability with my machine. That means out of 24 hours on a daily basis, my machine is going to be continuously up for 23 hours, 59 minutes in there. I will get a downtime in a very most efficient way for only 1 minute. So that is their promises. So based on the different services we are opting, based on the different plans we are selecting, they are providing a different sets of availability concepts. And they are saying that we are going to try to provide your machines on 100% available sections, but still we have a limitation to promise. So that limitation you will always get. Most of the time you will get 100% also. Second benefits we are having is about the scalability. So we know that whenever I would say about working with the websites, let's suppose my company called GTechLearn has its own website, right? And we are hosting that websites on our own server. So I am saying that we need to prepare for a situation where I'm getting a lot more traffic in terms of our expectations. Let's suppose I have the expectations of 100 requests per minute, but I'm getting the traffic of 1 lakh requests per minute. So in that area, because my expectations was 100 requests, so I have initialized my infra accordingly. So I've configured my infra, and accordingly, whatever the rest of the services will, the incoming will come, my machine will go down. However, if I'm planning for a specific scalability sections where I'm saying that if that traffic will increase, I would like to divert the load, some of them to another machines, which I'm installing in, right behind that machine itself, so that the requests can be processed immediately without making my server down. So that is the concept of scalability. So we are doing it on our own. So for that, we need a multiple infrastructures to be present. However, in the cloud, there is a concept of scalability already available. We can opt for a plan, and by default, whenever a request will go high, Microsoft will enhance the infra, and accordingly, it will help us to process all the requests on time. So that is something we are having the scalability. In the cloud, we are having two types of scalability. The very first is a vertical scaling. The second one is a horizontal scaling. Vertical scaling means that every time you will get a higher rate of incoming, you the in a horizontal, it will going to create the identical VM for the same. Let's suppose you have a virtual machine of a server with 16 gig of RAM and 8 virtual CPUs, and now you are getting a more request than expecting. So it will going to create another VM with the same configuration, and accordingly it will going to divert the next traffic to that machine itself. Apart from it, we are having another one called vertical scaling. Vertical scaling means it will going to increase the existing machines infra. That means previously I was having 16 gig of RAM, but now because request is raising, so it is going to increase my RAM in the backend. And maybe after 16 gig, it will going to increase me to the 32 gig, to the 64 gig, as well as depending upon how much of request we are coming. So these are two different types of scalings can be done. Next one is predictability. In the predictability, the cloud is providing us a benefit where I can predict my billing, that how much we are going to spend for using that specific services in a month, or maybe in the next year, in the next 5 years. So we can use the different calculators and we can specifically predict that this specific service will going to cost me for that much of amount for that much of time. Same way, we are having the governance capability. So by default, Microsoft is governing each and everything, but still you can govern your own. So they have a multiple solutions for the same. Using that solutions, you can easily connect your services and govern them in a very easy note. Apart from this, we have a elasticity concept in the cloud. Elasticity means that in the scalability, whenever our identical VM is creating, or maybe a RAM is increasing, or storage is increasing, or the CPU is increasing, so using the elasticity method, whenever a request will drop down, in that scenario, my machine will come to its original state using the elasticity method. However, in the normal node, we need to do it on a manual basis. Like if I'm using the scalability concept, so my all machines needs to be run continuously for that concept in here. But in the cloud, we have this elasticity concept. So whenever a request will go down, my machines, whatever has been created already as identical, will going to be started deleted on a default node. So this is also one concept to be present in the Azure. Next one is the reliability. Reliability means because cloud is offering a high availability of your resources, so you can always rely on the cloud services for hosting your multiple web apps, on hosting your multiple containers instances, and so that your customers can start using these services on a very easy note without having any kind of issues in the middle. It will also help you to secure your environment. You will get a two-level of security. The very first from the Microsoft itself. By default on the Microsoft network, we know they will going to implement their own security of incoming and outgoing, but still you can add your own securities in there by using the different sets of tools in the Azure cloud. Also, it will give you the permission of manageability itself, that you can manage the resources using the different sets of REST clients like Azure Portal, Azure CLI, Azure Bash Shell, ARM templates, and so. So these are the different benefits we are having working with the cloud area in here. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the different types of cloud services we are having. So we are having the three different types of cloud services. Very first is the infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service means that whenever you guys are opting this kind of service, so over there, physical data center is going to be managed by the provider. Physical networking, firewall, and security is going to be managed by the provider, and physical storage and the servers is going to be provided by the Microsoft. That means where on which server this service needs to be run, where the data needs to be stored, and so. So these three things are going to be managed by the Microsoft. The rest of the things is going to be managed by the customer. That means which service needs to be used, which operating system needs to be installed, which runtime needs to be present, which application needs to be run, what data needs to be stored, how the data should be shared, and the other responsibilities itself. If I'll talk about an example for the infrastructure as a service in the Azure cloud. So we are having the virtual machine as a best example for this infrastructure as a service. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the platform as a service. So in the platform as a service, Microsoft will going to manage the physical data center, physical networking, physical servers, and physical storage. Also, they will going to manage the operating system that needs to be run on that server, and also the tools or the runtime that is required for running this machine, and so. So it will going to give you the full platform using these different sections. The rest of the things is going to be managed by the customer. That means what application they want to use, what specific data they are wanted to use, what accounts they wanted to use, and how the data should be shared, and the rest of the thing. If I'll talk about the SaaS, that means software as a service. So in this area, Microsoft will going to manage the physical center, physical networking, physical server and storage, operating system to be run, runtime to be present, also the application that needs to be presented in this area. So all these things are going to be managed by the Microsoft in this software as a service, and the rest of the things called data, information, accounts, and identities is going to be managed by the customer itself. So the best example for software as a service is Office 365 we are having in line. Apart from this, if I'll talk about the best example for platform as a service, so in the Azure, we are having the different options. That is, first example is web app. Second one is container instance. Third one is key vault. Fourth one is storage services, and the lots of other services in this list. So this is how specifically we are having the three different types of services in the list here. If I'll talk about the comparison in between them, so IaaS will going to provide us the most flexible cloud service because we are responsible for managing each and every aspects of my resource, whether in terms of how many CPUs we want, how much of RAM we want, which operating system we want, which runtime we want, which application we want, which user we want, which data we want, and the other things. If I'll talk about the platform as a service, so it will going to focus on the application development area. So here it is going to give me the full platform for running any kind of codes, and over there we can opt for the multiple services. We can have the services to be hosted, and the whole platform is going to be managed and handled by the cloud provider itself. In the SaaS, you need to just pay as you go on a pricing model, and users need to pay for the software they are using. Example, we know that is Office 365. So in this one, we are saying that in Office 365, we are selecting the specific options we wanted to use. Like I would say, I would like to use the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and so I can decide which application am I using. And according to that applications, we are making the payment to the customer. So this is a different comparisons we are having. So in the software as a service, we didn't have to worry about the applications also. Applications are also going to be present. We just need to go there and start working with it, start initializing the data, compiling the data, and complete our project. So this is the something which we are having in the very first module of this course, relatively about the cloud models. If you guys are having any kind of query from this module, you guys can go ahead and ask your queries here. Okay, I guess everyone is good now. So let's move ahead and talk about our second module we are having in line. Okay, so the second module is going to talk about the Azure architecture and the services. So under this specific module, we are going to talk about the Azure architectural components, like the regions of the Azure, availability zones, subscriptions, and resource group. Then we're going to talk about the compute and networking. Then we're going to talk about the compute types, application hosting type, virtual networking, and so we're going to discuss about the storage services, where I'm going to utilize what is the storage services that are available, what different redundancy options we are having, what is the file management and migrations we are opting, and then we're going to discuss about the identity access and security, where I would like to go and discuss about the directory services, authentication methods, security models, and lots of other things. So let's have a look about the same thing in here. Whenever we are talking about the Azure accounts, so we can have a different sets of Azure accounts to be configured. The very first is Azure account, that is a corporate one that you guys, your company is purchasing the Azure cloud services to be used, and they are adding your account to work with the Azure services. That will going to be known as the Azure account. You can also go and have a Azure free account to be created. In the free account, you can go for having the account to be created using the Outlook or Hotmail email ID, and then your account will be ready to use it. You can also go for starting some sort of a membership in there, and in the membership you will get a $200 of worth credits to be available on your account for the next 1 year. Whatever comes first, accordingly it will expire. Then Microsoft is also offering some free students accounts in terms of the students which is going to take the course from the Microsoft itself. So they will going to provide yourself a new account. Accordingly, they will going to attach the subscriptions in it if it is required for performing your labs and so, and then you will be able to work with. And the next one is we can opt for the Microsoft Learn Sandbox. So just like the way we already saw, you can go for activating the Learn Sandbox from the web browser, and in the sandbox, you can start working with your environment in here. So let's have a look about creating a free account itself. So whenever it comes about creating a new free account, what you guys need to do is you guys need to come to this portal.azure.com environment, and on the front page, you will find a specific option to create a new account. So right away, I'm already having one of the account created called Shivam AZ-900. You can also get a specific option here to uh, enable a free credit itself. So you can go for setting up your account accordingly. By default, I'm having one of the subscriptions already created. Subscription name is Azure Pass Sponsorship, and it is already activated in here. And the current specific amount for this cost is $50, which I'm having. So I can either go for my $50 to be consumed by the services, or else we can go for working with the different area. So that was something we were having in the list. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about creating an Azure free account, so you can start creating it. You can go for exploring the sandbox itself. We have already done that. Now the next concepts we are having in line is talking about Azure architectural concepts. So what is Azure architectural concepts? So the very first components is a region. So what is a region? Region is something they are calling for a physical location. That means a geographical location. So in the geography, we know that we have a different countries like Japan, India, Australia, US, UK, London, Bergen, as well as Africa, Brazil, and so. So accordingly, in each and every different countries, maybe some of the countries are small where only one region could be sufficient to provide the services. But in some countries like India, Japan, or US, there may be a possibility that we need to create the different regions in there. Okay, so there are always going to have a different sets of regions to be presented. So we are having the 60 plus regions around the globe, over to the 140 different countries in there. And then out of these, you can see some of them in this list area. Like you can see in the US, we are having the multiple regions like West US 2, Central US, West Central US, West US, US government Arizona, South Central US, US government Texas, Mexico Central, US government Virginia, DOD Central, North Central US, Canada East, Canada Central, and so. This is how the different zones are divided. Same way for the India, we are having the West India, Central India, and the South India. Then in the Asia, we are having the Southeast Asia that will cover that much of part in here. We are having the Australia region itself for covering my whole Australia term. So this is how we are having the different regions to be available. Regions are always going to be made up of one or more data centers in close proximity. So inside a single region, it is not mandatory that we are having only one data center. There could be a group of the data centers should be presented. So always have a look about how many data centers we are having. That doesn't have a count, but still more than 9 to 10 data centers in each and every different regions are available actually. Then it will provide the flexibility and scale to reduce the customer latency. So why Microsoft is dividing all their services into the different regions? Just to allow the users to work with the lower latency. Lower latency means that every time they are deploying a service, they can select the nearby region to them, so that the services are going to be deployed into the nearby data center from their physical location, so that they can access that service in a very easy node without having any kind of trouble. So that's why they have divided it into the region itself. It will also going to preserve the data residency with a comprehensive compliance offering. So because for the multiple countries, we are having the multiple rules available based on the data privacy and data sharing and so in this area, depending upon the different regions we are selecting, by default the compliance offering is always going to be matter. Like if we are deploying some sort of services over to the UK region, so in the UK we know that GDPR compliance is running, so it will going to match that GDPR compliance rules and regulations already while deploying the resources, so that we don't have to worry about meeting our own compliance requirement of a company. So that was something we were having in the region section. If I'll talk about the availability zone, so what is a availability zone? So inside the single region, we can have the multiple availability zones to be present. Let's suppose we are having this region called Azure region. We are having it as the East US as a one region. Inside the East US, we are having the availability zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3 to be presented. And under this multiple zones, there are group of data centers are present. So in a single zone, it is not mandatory that we are having one data center or two data center or three data center itself. It's always going to be depend upon the various locations. In some location, one data center is sufficient. That's why it's one. In some location, there should be a two data centers. There should be a three data centers. So the group of the data center is known as zone. Group of the zones known as the region. So it will provide the protection against the downtime due to the data center failure. And why we are having the different zones? Because it is grouping the multiple data centers in it. So if one of the data center is down, using the availability zone scenario, we can use the same service with the another data center from a different zone itself. It will also going to be physical, separate the data centers within the same region. And each and every data center is going to be equipped with independent power, cooling, and networking area for each and every data center. It will also going to connect through the fiber optic networks itself. That means whatever my first data center will always going to connect with my second data center as well while working with this fiber optic cable in this area. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the region pair. So what is a region pair? So we know about a concept called disaster recovery. Disaster recovery means any kind of natural disaster could be happen at any place, right? So I am saying that we are creating some of the services in the East US location, and maybe in the East US, there is a natural disaster happen. And because of that, my whole region is down. No, not any network, not any services is open and nothing. So my whatever services we have opted for that location will going to be down and will not be able to use them. So for the solution of that kind of situation, Microsoft is using this region pair concept where they are saying that if you guys are opting for disaster recovery scenario, they will going to create a replication of your services or replicated data of your services to another region as well, so that if my first region will go down because of any natural disaster, still your service is available in another region up and running, and you can use them without having any kind of downtime. So by default, Microsoft is using this region pair concepts to replicate your services with each other. These region pairs are always going to be matter, is going to have a proper distance between them, approximately of 300 miles itself. So in here, always going to have a 300 miles of data. Then it will automatically going to replicate some of the services, but for some of them, we need to opt it. We can also prioritize the region recovery in the event of outage. We can also go for having the updates are going to be rolled out sequentially to minimize the downtimes and so. So these are some region pair are present, like with the north central US, south central US is the region pair. So whatever resource we will create in here, we're going to replicate in this region. Whatever resources we will create in east US will replicate the service to the west US. And the same way we will do it for the rest of the thing. Like whatever we have created in the India South India, we're going to divert it to the central India. Maybe whatever we have created with the Southeast Asia, we're going to replicate to the East Asia itself. So this is how the things are going to be work in a proper note. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the cloud environment, so there are multiple cloud environment Microsoft is offering. The very first is a public cloud environment against which we are going to learn in this specific session. Apart from that, we'll also having some of the additional cloud platform known as US government services. So there's a separate cloud platform for US government itself, where only the government officials can access them and start using their services from that area. Next one is Azure China. So for the China itself, there is a separated cloud environment is presents where the China data is going to be residing and so on. So these are some different environments we are having in the list. Talking about the walkthrough about the Azure global infrastructure in here. So we are having one of the URL present. Let me share that URL towards you guys as well in terms of checking the details. And the URL is https infrastructure.microsoft.com. So this is okay. Okay, infrastructuremap.microsoft.com. This is the website. Let me share this link in the chat as well. It will going to open me a website where you will be able to see about the Azure architectural diagram, about the Azure architectural concepts, about what regions they are having, what across the globes and so. So they will going to give you the representation of a map in a good manner, and you can learn the things from this list. By default, it may take 5 to 10 minutes to open the websites. And once it's going to be open, you will be able to see the results. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the different Azure resources they are offering. So Azure is offering a different sets of services, but out of the multiple services Azure is offering, these 6 services are presents, which is most commonly used by each and every organization in their environment. Very first is the virtual machine. So what is a virtual machine? Virtual machine is just a clone of your physical machine into a virtual method in the cloud. So just like the way we are working on our own laptops and desktops, same way we can create a whole machine in the cloud, and we can use the same thing in the cloud itself. Then after, we are having the storage account services that will help me in terms of having the place where I can store my data securely. Then we can have the virtual network service to be available that will help me to create the local area network over to the cloud environment. Just like the way we are creating the LAN on our on-premises area, same way we can create it in the cloud area using this service called virtual network. Then after, we are having the app services. App services is a service that will help me to create an instance in terms of hosting our websites onto the public node. So whenever you wanted to host a websites, you can opt for this app services area, which will give you the platform with the proper coding and techniques with the VMs and the operating systems, and you can deploy your code over there and you can start using that code. Then after, we are having this SQL database service that will help me to create an instance for my database storage itself relatively for SQL. Then after, we are having this function available, the Azure function. So the Azure function will going to help me to run a build function on an automated basis in the backend whenever a event happen. A event could be your HTTP trigger, could be your time-based event, could be your storage account event, or maybe some other types of events itself. It's always going to be depend what kind of event you are calling, and accordingly the function will going to be run. So in the functions, you can write down your own code, what task you need to perform in the backend, and accordingly the things are going to be work. So these are some basic services they are opting in here. Next thing we are having in line is talking about the resource group. So what is a resource group? Resource group is a kind of a container that will help me to collectively store my different resource what we are creating in the Azure at the centralized place. So whenever am I creating the VM, whenever I'm creating the storage account, whenever I'm creating the SQL database, functions, virtual networks, using the resource group, I can have all those services to be checked from a single location. So that is the work of the resource group. So inside the resource group, multiple resources can be reside. Resource group could be on a different regions, can be acceptable with the resource that have a different regions, doesn't matter. You can also transfer the resource groups whenever you want, and resources can exist in only one resource group itself. Resources can exist in different regions, that can be done, that can be moved. An application can be utilized multiple resource groups resources itself. So that is an example. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the subscription. Sorry. So what is a subscription? Subscriptions is a part that will help us to pay the billing. So whenever am I creating a resource, whenever I'm consuming some resources from the Azure, the billing is going to be generated. So using my Azure subscriptions, I can start paying that much of amount from that subscription area. We need to purchase the subscriptions from Microsoft. Microsoft will give me some credits inside the subscription. Accordingly, I can opt for the service. I can consume my service, and for how much of time I'm consuming my services. Accordingly, my specific payment will going to be deducted from the subscription area. We can also go and set up some billing boundary inside the subscriptions. We can also go for having some access control boundary to be created. Next thing we are having in line is a management groups. So what is a management groups? Management groups is something that will give us a logical representation of your current environment or current infrastructure that you guys have created. Just like the way, for an example, if I'm saying that you guys are working with the corporate industry, in the corporate industry, we are having the different hierarchy presents. Let's suppose I'm taking the hierarchy of the positions. The very first on the top, we are having the vice president. Below the vice president, we are having the associate vice president. Below it, we are having the senior manager. Below that, we are having the manager. Below that, we are having the AM. Below that, we are having the TL. Below that, we are having the executives. So this is the hierarchy, how many positions are listed. There could be a multiple VPs, there could be a multiple AVPs, there could be a multiple senior managers, and so that can be possible. But still, hierarchy will going to be done in the same way. So whenever you wanted to have a kind of a hierarchical things to be enabled in your environment, always go and work with the management groups in the Azure section in the cloud. So management groups can include the multiple Azure subscriptions in it. Subscriptions can inherit the conditions applied to the management groups. You can create up to 10,000 management groups in a single directory, and the management groups tree can support the 6th level of depth in this area, like inside the hierarchy depth. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the full hierarchy basis, so let me just open my notepad, and in the notepad, let me confirm you the hierarchical infrastructure for this Azure. So first of all, we are going to have a Azure account to be available. In my case, I'm having one of the account called Shivam AZ-900 at the rate outlook.com. This is my account which I'm having. I can show you the account as well. Let me go and open my environment. And here you can see this is my account called Shivam AZ-900 at the rate outlook.com. So I'm having one of my account. Under the account, you guys are going to have a directory, or you can call it as a tenant. So what is the directory and tenant? Right now on my account, I'm having a default directory available. So if I'll come back to this area and if I'll show you, so I'm having one of the default directory present. So this is my directory. Directory means a kind of a LOB, a line of a business where we're working. So it is my directory and tenant. Then a kind of a logical representation for the LOB. Under the tenant, under the directory, we're going to have a subscription. So right now I'm having one of the subscriptions with me, that is Azure Pass sponsorship. So you can see under this tenant called default directory, right now I'm working with a default directory. I can go to the subscriptions area, and here I'm having my Azure Pass sponsorship subscriptions activated. This subscription is going to be utilized for the billing. So this is the third hierarchy. After the subscriptions, we're going to have a resource group to be available. In my case, am I having any resource group? Let me go and see that. So I'm having one of the resource group called AZ-900. So in my case, I'm having AZ-900 resource groups available. After that, under the resource group, we can have the resources available. So under the resource group, if I'll open this resource group, you can see I'm having the resources available. My resources are IIS server 01 right away and a disk with it, right? So you can go and open the resource itself and you can have a look about the same. So this is a virtual machine I have already created. So you can have a look accordingly. So let me go for the resources. I am saying right now I'm having a VM inside it. So can we go and have a multiple tenants inside the accounts? So yes, we can have it. Question is, can we have the multiple subscriptions inside a single tenant? Yes, we can have it. Can we have a multiple resource groups inside the subscriptions? Yes, we can have it. Can we have a multiple resources inside the resource groups? Yes, we can have it. So this is the whole hierarchy, how it is going to be done in the Azure environment. When it comes about the management groups, so the management groups can be created after the directory and the tenant. So here inside the tenant, you can create the management groups or a group. Underneath that, you will have a subscriptions, resource groups, and resources. So this is a kind of a hierarchy which is going to be followed inside your Azure environment in here. Let me come back to my PowerPoint slide now. Moving forward to that, let's have a look about creating a new Azure resources. That how can we start creating a new Azure resources on our side? So for creating Azure resources, we need to go towards this URL called portal.azure.com. That is my URL for accessing my Azure portal. So just visit this URL called portal.azure.com. Let me just share the link in the chat as well. Inside this, let me hit on enter. You need to specify your account by which you need to make a login. Right away, my account is already login called Shivam AZ-900, or let's suppose I'm going to open my portal.azure.com again. So here it is going to ask me to make a sign in. I'm going to make a sign in with the same account called Shivam AZ-900 at the rate outlook.com. Hit on the next button. I'm going to specify my password, hit on the sign in button, and I'm going to hit on the yes button to make myself login. So this is how you guys can go and make yourself login in the Azure portal. Once you guys are inside your Azure portal, let me go and have a look about the resource group. Okay, let me go and do one thing. Let me delete the original resource groups already. Okay, just give me a sec. Just give me a sec. I'm deleting my previous resources. Okay, so whenever you guys wanted to create a new resource inside the Azure itself, so for creating a resource, it's always mandatory that you guys will have a resource group to be present. Without having a resource groups, you can't create any of the resources. Okay, so let me just give you an overview of the Azure portal first of all, and then we're going to start work. So this is a portal. How you can come up here, you can visit this website called portal.azure.com, log in with your account, and you will come up to this landing page. This Azure landing page will going to have the first this three dot bars available. So this one will going to help you to open a way where you can have your favorite op services to be listed. You can select your favorite services directly from this left hand area, and you can visit that service page. Same way on that same area, we are having the home button that will always going to help you to navigate back towards this landing page. Dashboard area to have a look about the dashboard, how which specific resources you guys are having on your end and how they are performing, and so either you can go and have your own dashboard to be present, either you can go for creating your own dashboard. In the all services, it will going to redirect you to the page where all service information is going to be listed. You can go and visit your service listing itself. Apart from this, in the create a resource button, it will going to redirect you towards a page where you can type it down the resource name which you wanted to create, or a service name which you wanted to create, and then you will find a service from the list and just click on the create option from it, and you will be able to create a resource. I'm going with all services right away. So apart from this, we are having the favorite area. The favorite area will going to show me my favorite resources that can be accessible whenever we want. So if you guys wanted to have a service to be added as your favorite and to be removed from the favorite, what you guys can do is you can come up to your resource. After coming up to your resource, you can see at the end of all the resources, there's a star button. If you are going to select this star button, your service is going to be added towards your favorites. So if I'll go there, you can see in the last, subscription is now newly added. Let's suppose I wanted to add this, I'll say the virtual machine classic. So I can select that star, and then in the last, you can see that my virtual machine classic is now added in my favorite. If you wanted to remove them from the favorite list, just deselect the star button. So I'm deselecting my both the star buttons, and now you can see my both services is removed from my favorite list. So this is how you can define your favorite list. That is the one way. The second option we are having is this Microsoft Azure, which is written. It is again a button that will help you to redirect yourself to the landing page every time. Click on this, it will redirect you to the landing page. Then after, this is the third option we are having. We are calling this option as a global search. This global search will going to help you to search for any kind of service any kind of instance, any kind of documentation related to it, and lots of other things. If you didn't know where the service needs to be found, just write down the service name. Let's suppose I don't know where the app service is present. So I'm going to write it down the web app. So it is going to give me the services that is relatively for the web apps. That is web application firewall, app services, function app, static web apps, application gateway, power platform, managed application, container apps, and so. From the marketplace as well, what are the third party service provider services that can be installed in the Azure cloud are also presents. Documentation also presents based on the word you have written. Same way, if any kind of existing service is present, that existing service is also going to be presented here. So this is something we were having in the list in the global search. Then after we are having this button available, this one's will going to help you to open the different management portal to be open, like CLI method, like you wanted to work with Azure PowerShell or Azure Bash CLI. Just click on this. It will going to open another window where you can find your specific PowerShell or CLI one area. Then after you will have this directory and subscription area available. It will going to redirect you towards the area where you will find the information about your current directory you are working with, how many directories you guys are having. You can go and change the appearance. You can go and change the startup views. Let's suppose I'm going with the dogged. So here you can see my favorite list has been dogged. I can again change for flyout. It has been changed. Same way in the theme, I can decide, do I want it to go over the dark theme? Do I want it to go with the Azure theme? Do I want it to go with the blue theme or not? So you can decide the things from here. Same way, you can also decide the high contrast theme and the lots of other information. So this is how the startup views and appearance can be changed. In the language area, you can decide in which language do you guys wanted to work with this Azure portal. You can decide your own language. Like right now I'm working with the English. You can also change with another languages. Let's suppose with the Sistina, let me apply. So it is going to redirect me to the Sistina language now. So here you can see that. Let me go to the language again. Let me go and change the language to the English again. And now it is going to redirect me to the English language. So every time you wanted to change the language of your portal, just come up here and do the thing. In the My Information, you can go and set up a specific email address where you will want it to get the notification about your Azure account. So that information will going to be shared to this email address. And also you can decide about your sign out concepts, like your users are working with the Azure services and you want that every user will going to be sign out after being inactive for 10 minutes in the Azure portal. So after every 10 minutes they are being inactive, they need to relog into the Azure portal. Just set up this option in here. Enable the sign me out when inactive for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, custom duration, 1 hour, and so you can decide the things in here. So that was something we can find out from the from the directory and subscriptions area or from the settings area. Next thing, we can go and have a notification pane. In the notification, every time you are doing something, notification is going to be appear in this area. You can see the notification from this list. We are having the help section that will going to help you to ask anything from the community, to get any kind of help or the support or the troubleshooting from Azure side on a documentation note. You can also go for sending some feedbacks to the customer, to the Microsoft. Let's suppose some of the new services has been added and you wanted to send some feedbacks to the Azure about your services, that how was your experience. So you can go up in here and you can send your feedback to the Microsoft team directly. In the help and support section also, you can have this help and support option available to ask your experts as well in terms of working with your different services. Then after, we are having this account section available where you can find out the information about your current account in which you guys are logged in and so. So this is your first part. After that, you're having a first segment known as Azure services. In the Azure services, it will going to give you the service name that has been recently visited by your account. That means right now I'm logged in with this account called Shivam AZ-900. So I have visited these services latestly. Like, so first of all, I have visited the app services. After that, function app. After that, virtual machine. After that, NSG. After that, strategic account, marketplace, subscription, and resource groups. So whatever the recent service you have visited will going to be listed in the top, and then you can access it again. Let's suppose I'm going to use the subscriptions. I'm going to visit the subscription again and let me come back to the page. So you can see in the recent service, it is showing that recently you have visited the subscription area. In the resource section, it will going to give me the information about the recent resources you have accessed. If you guys have a resource, let's suppose I'm having the VM, web app, container instance, storage services, and so whatever the service you have visited the last in the recent, it will going to give you that information. In the favorite, it will going to give you the option that what favorite services you guys are having on your account to work with. After that, we are having a next segment called navigate. Navigate segment will going to have 4 resources added to it. Very first is subscription. That will help you to know about your subscriptions, how much of subscriptions is running, which of them is inactive, which of them is active, and so. Next one is resource group. So whenever you wanted to create or delete any of the resource group, visit the resource group service from the navigate pane and start doing it. Next one is all resource. All resource will to help you to see how many resources you guys are having as of now in this current Azure portal. So just click on that and you will be able to access it. Then after we are having the dashboard option, you can visit the dashboard directly using this navigate section. Next segment we are having is the tools. So there are some basic tools that are available that will help you to enhance your knowledge against the Azure cloud, as well as to work with your different concepts like cost management or securing your environment and so. So some tools are available. First one is a Microsoft Learn that will help you to enhance your knowledge about any of the topics relatively for the Microsoft Azure. Then after we are having the Azure Monitor that will help you to govern your whole environment. Next one is Defender for Cloud that will help you to secure your environment. And the last one is a cost management that will help you to manage the costing thing of your account itself. So these are some tools that are present in the top. You can visit any of the tools any of the time. Then after we are having some useful links. In the useful link, there are some technical documentation pages are available for the Azure. Some migration tool information is present. Some Azure services information is present. Find an expert solution is present. Recent Azure updates are coming. Quick Start Center is present. And some links to download the Azure app for your Android app or for the iOS apps. So this is the whole overview of your Azure landing page in here. Now, inside that Azure landing page, I would like to call that we wanted to create a new resource. So how can we do that? So for creating a new resource, you just need to select which resource do you want it to create. I would like to say I wanted to create a VM. So because every time we need to create a resource, we need to have a resource groups to be available. So first of all, let's start creating the resource group. For resource group, I'm selecting the resource group from navigate area. And here I'm going to create a new resource group. I'm going to name that resource group as AZ-900. In the Azure Pass subscription area, I'm selecting my subscriptions, which I'm having. That is my Azure Pass sponsorship. And then I'm selecting the region called East US. Once it's done, I'm going to hit on the next button to the tag, next button to the review and create. And once the validation will pass, I'm going to click on the create button to create it. So this is how you can start creating your resource group. Once your resource group is available, you can go and start creating your resources accordingly. So for creating a resources, what you guys need to do is just select the resource you wanted to create. I would like to go with the virtual machine this time. In the virtual machine, I wanted to create a new one. So I'm going to hit on the create button. And this time I wanted to go with the Azure virtual machine creation. I'm going to click on the Azure virtual machine right away. In the Azure virtual machine, it is going to ask me some basic details like which subscription do you want it to use for billing? So I'm only having one, I'm selecting the same. In the resource group, whatever resource group I just created, I can go and select the resource group from the drop down list. Either I can go for creating a new one if we want it. Then after I need to provide the virtual machine name. Let's suppose I'm going to call it as a machine01 as my machine name, or maybe IIS machine01, because I need to create a virtual machine where I'm going to install the web server role so that I can host my one of the website on my server. So that is why I'm selecting the name of my VM as a IIS machine, or maybe I can call it as a web server machine, right? Then in which region we wanted to create this specific VM. So always select the nearby region from your current physical location. By default, for the demo perspective, sorry, I'm going to select this east to west region, because east to west will going to have the availability of working with the multiple resources as well as with the lowest price. So I'm going with the east to west right away. Then after, in the image, we need to select about the operating system we wanted to install. So I would like to say, because I need to go for a web server installation, so I need a Windows Server 2019 data center operating system to be installed. So I've selected the operating system. Then after, which size do you wanted to go and work with? I would like to say that I wanted to work with 16 gig of memory and 4 gig virtual CPUs. You can also select your own whatever you want. I'm going with this one. Then after, it's going to ask me about the administrator account. So for the virtual machine, whatever administrator account do you guys wanted to create, you can define the things in here. I'm going to define AZ user as my username, and here's my password for accessing my VM. Then after, because I need to access this VM in my RDP connection, as well as I wanted to enable the web server role in it, so we need to open some sort of ports. So for opening the ports, we can select all kind of inbound ports we wanted to open from this list. By default, I'm opening the RDP, HTTP, and HTTPS. Only these three. RDP is for remote desktop protocol, and the rest of the two for the internet services, so that I can host my website. So here I have selected them. Hit on the next button called disk. In the disk, I am saying that I am selecting the OS disk type called premium SSD. So premium SSD means it will going to give me a better availability option for this VM, and also a kind of a better input and output rate in terms of comparison with the standard SSD or standard SSD. So I'm using the premium SSD OS types. However, you can go for other ones. We are encrypting our data using the platform managed key, that is my Microsoft managed key. You can also go for having your own key to be supported. If you guys are having the key vault, just create it and connect it with your VM and you will be able to use it. Then after, let me go to the networking area. So by default, we know that for a virtual machine or for a server, we always require a network to be associated so that we can access the VM. So because I haven't created a VNet as of now, so by default, VM is going to create its own VNet. So right away, the VNet name is going to be AZ-900 VNet, and the subnet is going to be created in here called default subnet. And there's going to be a public IP going to be created because we wanted to access this VM on a public internet. That is why we required a public IP. So I'm creating a public IP in here. Then after, let me go to the management area. I don't want to make any kind of changes. Let me go to the monitoring area. I just wanted to disable the boot diagnostics for once. Let me go for advanced, tags, and then go for review and create. So let's start, let's wait for the validation to be completed. Once the validation is going to be completed, you will see the amount which you need to pay. So for 1 hour, I need to pay approximately 27.0890 Indian rupees per hour in terms of working with this virtual machine as a pay as you go model. So let me go for creating this resources now. So here my VM is going to be deployed. So let's just wait for 2 to 3 minutes. And after that, my VM will going to be ready to access it and to work with it. Okay, so my VM is ready now. Once your VM is ready, you can click on this button called Go to Resource. Under the Go to Resource area, you can go and hit on this Connect button to get the remote desktop connection of this virtual machine. So for taking the remote session, I'm clicking on the Connect button. And because it's a Windows machine, and we know that in the Windows, we are using the RDP protocol to take the remote session, I'm selecting the RDP option from the list. Once you will select the RDP option, it is going to verify the prerequisites. Once it's going to be verified, it will going to allow me to get the remote desktop file to be downloaded and to be connected. So everything is done. Let me go for downloading the RDP file. I can see that this is my IP address of my machine, and this is the port number where which we are going to activate or we are going to connect it. So let me go and open this RDP file now. Let me hit on the connect button. And here I'm going to provide my username as well as the password. Let me hit on enter. And then it is going to ask me to trust the certificate. I would say like to say yes, I'm trusting the certificate. Once it's done, let me open my VM in here. So you can see that now my VM is ready to be utilized by myself. Okay, so here my machine is going to be connected. Okay, so my machine is ready now and it has opened the server manager as well. Now I wanted to install the IIS role to this machine. So I'm going to open the Windows PowerShell on an admin node for this machine itself. And in this machine, let me just increase the size of the font. And I'm going to run some commands to install that web server. First of all, let me get the information. Get Windows feature hyphen name parameter about web server. Let me hit on enter. So yes, web server role is present, but it hasn't been installed till now. So let me go and run a command called install hyphen Windows feature, a parameter called name of the service called web server. With this, I also wanted to include all my management tools. So I'm using a parameter called include management tools itself, and let me hit on enter. So it may take up 5 minutes or lesser time than that, and it will going to install me a web server role on my machine. And once it's installed, we can visit the demo page of this IIS server itself. So let's have a look about the same now. By default, if I'll go and copy the IP address of this machine, the public IP address, and here if I'll search for this public IP address, so it will going to give me a nothing in that page. But once the web server role will going to be installed, Then after it's going to give me the IIS role for that machine itself. So we'll see both of them. So right now you can see it is giving that page is not working. That means it is not connectable, or maybe nothing is present over there. So let's just wait of the installation and then we'll move forward. Okay, so now here Windows feature needs has been installed. Restart required, no. Exit course succeeded, and it installed succeeded. Once it's done, let me refresh this page now, and you can see the basic demo page of that IIS server. Moving forward to that, what if I'll make some changes? Let's suppose I'm going towards this folder here called this PC, going for Windows C drive, initpub, www. Then I'll open this image, open with Paint actually, and I'll just make one change in here. Let me go and write down some text, and the text should be Shivam. Let me select that text. I will increase the size of that text now. I'm going with 20, or maybe it's 22 should be, or maybe it's 24. Yep. And now I wanted to go with the color called, in this one, I would like to go with the green color, maybe with shredded, add to custom color. Okay. So here's my color of my name, or maybe instead of this, I wanted to go for brown. So this is the color which I want, or maybe with the green itself. Yep. Okay, so this is the changes which I'm doing. Let me go and save this image now. Let me close it. And now let me come here and refresh the page. So whatever changes I have done, you can see the same changes is present in this image as well. So this is how the IIS role can be installed, and we can host a code in there. So now we can start hosting our services. So this is an example of a infrastructure as a service, that we have created the whole infrastructure on our side. We have decided how much RAM we required. We have decided how much CPU we required. We have decided which operating system we need. We have decided which specific runtime we need. We have decided what is specific going to be the Azure account and the other things in there. So I have decided each and everything. But the physical maintenance of this server, where this service is running actually, this whole machine is running actually, and the physical networking of that server and the physical security of that server is still managing by the Microsoft. So this is an example of a of a infrastructure as a service. Now the next example, if I'll talk about, let me share the same uh, IP address to you guys as well. So you can also visit this public IP address and see the specific option that you guys are able to access this web server. The next thing, if I'll talk about the example of a platform as a service. So for working with the platform as a service, we are having one option available called app services. So I can go for creating a new app services now. Let me try to select my resource group. Let me go and provide the app name, that is GTL app 01 AZ-900. This is my name. I wanted to run this platform on a code basis. And which of the code I would like to go with the ASP.NET version 4.28 in the HTOS location. And this is my file plan. Let me go with the deployment, networking, monitoring, review and create. And let's validate the machine. Let's validate the configuration, and then we'll deploy the thing. Let me go and create this resource now. So now this is going to be your example for the specific platform as a service, because here the platform is already built. I haven't decided how much RAM do I want. I haven't decided how much of CPU do I want. I haven't decided what specific operating system we want. We just selected that we want a platform where I can run a ASP.NET code. So I've decided that thing. Now the platform is going to be created. And once the platform will going to be created, we're going to visit the platform. We're going to make some changes inside the platform, and accordingly, we're going to see the results for that. Okay, so here my resource is completed. I can go for opening this browse button now. And you can see that my basic app is now ready. I can share the same link in the chat box as well. You guys can also go and have a look about the same app. So this is the app which is running. If you do wanted to make some change, let's suppose I'm going to change this first line as well as this paragraph. So let me go and do that. And we'll see about the new code which we are implementing. Let me go for opening the editor now. Let me go with this page here. So I'm going to make some changes in this area. This app is belongs to AZ-900 session. If you guys have any query relatively for the things which we already discussed in this session, so please confirm me the queries in the chat so that I can answer them. So these are the changes which I have made. So I have changed the code, and after changing the code, if I'll go to the page and hit a refresh now, so whatever the changes I have done, the same changes is going to be reflected in here. So this is how a specific platform as a service is working. So in this area, I haven't decided anything. I'm just working with the code, and now the code is going to be changed. So that was the example of the platform as a service now in here. And the same URL is present also in the chat. You can also visit the websites and have a look about the updated changes what I have done. So that was something, how can we start creating the virtual machines, creating the different resources and monitor the resource group. And once we're done with the resource group, I can go to the resource group area. Under the resource group, I can open my resource group, which I created. And underneath that, we can see how many resources are associated with this resource group. So every time you wanted to visit a virtual machine, just click on the virtual machine name, you will be able to visit that. Same way, you will be able to visit the disk with the app service plan, with the app service itself, and so. So you don't have to worry about navigating yourself to different services page for accessing the different services. Resource group will give you the whole overview of all the resources you are having in the list. This is the benefit of grouping all my resources inside a single resource group. Now moving ahead, I'll talk about the next concepts, talking about compute and networking. So what is the benefit and the uses of compute and networking? So you can compare the different compute types while creating the container instance, virtual machines, and the functions. So whenever you guys are going to create a new virtual machine, there is an option in the cloud that you can always compare the different types of sizes you guys are having. These sizes are going to be known as the capacity, or we can call it as a compute types. So there are different types of computes we are having, and the different types of computes are going to be work on a different perspectives. Like the D series is only for the general purpose need. Like the B series is using for a concepts where you guys need a full CPU performance to be utilized. We are having the E series, which will work on that area where you need a high performance for the memory itself. So the same way we are having the multiples family, and based on that the multiple purposes for using them. So every time you are creating the VM, always go and select the respective options on your end against which you wanted to create the resource. Then after, you can also describe the virtual machines option, including the VMs, skill sets, virtual machine availability sets, desktops, and so we're going to discuss about this a little bit later in the same module. We can also go for having the resource required for virtual machines. So every time we are creating a resource, there are some prerequisites resources are also going to be created with it. So we don't have to worry about the prerequisites to be created. We can also go and describe the application hosting options, including the Azure web apps, containers, and the virtual machines. We're also going to describe the virtual networking, including the purpose of VN, virtual subnets, peering, DNS, VPN gateway, and express route, and the public and private endpoints, and so. So, what is a compute services? So compute services is something where we are using the compute on a rent basis. Either we are working with the virtual machine for servers to be installed, we are working the app services for the platform to be present to run a code, or we can deploy a container instance to run some code or to test some code. Either we can work with the Kubernetes cluster that will help me to create a whole cluster of the containers to manage multiples of them in a single way, or use this service called Azure Virtual Desktop to have a proper information about proper virtualization of a whole desktop on a cloud basis. So it's a different thing. So Azure Compute is an on-demand computing services that you can opt for, and these are some examples for it. Azure Virtual Machine is a software emulation. That means it's a clone of your physical machine, what you guys are using on your current network. Here, you can have a proper clone to be available to decide the virtual processor you need, the memory you want, the storage you want to add, and the networking you want it to done. Also, it is an IaaS offering that provides total control and customization. With the VM, it will also going to give you another concepts of VM skill sets. So skill sets will going to provide a load balanced opportunity to automatically scale up and scale down the resources. So we heard about the concept of scalability in the cloud. That is our benefit, right? So using the skill set option, we can opt for that service where by default, this Azure resource will going to create me a two VMs on a default node, and whenever a kind of a load is going to be increased, so based on the rule we have decided, it will going to create me the identical VM accordingly. And whenever our load is going to be decreased, it is going to decrease my VM accordingly. So this is something we can do it in the skill sets area. Talking about the availability sets, so what is the availability sets? So whenever I am saying that you guys are working with the scalable option, so because it's creating a additional VMs every time, so it's always important that where that additional VM is going to be placed on which server, so that we will get a better availability of that VM. So it's always going to be depend upon the availability sets. So for an example, I'm saying, let me come back to my page. I'm going to open the whiteboard now. So in the whiteboard, I am saying that I'm having one of the data center available. Let's suppose that this is my data center. Okay. Under this data center, we are having the dividation presents. Let me go and provide a dividation again. And same way we are having the rack servers presents. So let's suppose that this is my data center and the name of the data center is data one. Okay, this is my data center name. Under this data center, I'm having how much of racks? So I having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 racks available, as well as in each and every rack, we are having the 3 servers. That means this is my server one, this is my server two, server three, server four, server five, server six, server seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. This is my numbers. This is my server numbers I have attached with them. Okay. Now inside the management, whenever you guys are doing the management of your VMs or maybe for your data centers, so every time uh, one concept is going to be running about the fault domain and the update domain. Sorry. So what is a fault domain? Fault domain is something where I would say that inside a data center, whenever a fault will occur, a whole rack will go down because a dedicated rack, what we are having, let's suppose that this is a dedicated rack of 3 servers with itself. We're going to have a separate electricity connection, separate networking connection, and separate storage services are going to be present. Okay, so if electricity will down or the networking will down, my whole rack will go down. So my all the servers will go down. So that's why we are calling this one as a fault domain. Now the second concept, whenever a data center needs to be updated, so how the data center are going to be updates on a default node? They're always going to use a concept called update domains. So in the update domains, they are going to create a machine groups on a view. Like this is the first portion of the rack servers. So this is the first group. This is the second portion. That is why this is the second group. And the rest of them is a third group. Okay, so this group, what they are making on a horizontal way is going to be known as the update domain. So this one's is going to be known as the fault domain, and this one is going to be known as the update domains, right? So this is how the fault domain and update domain can be identified. Now under the availability sets, what we are discussing, in the availability sets, there is an option that you can either go for selecting the 3 fault domain a maximum, because in a single rack, we can only have the 3 servers. That's why fault domain will always going to have a maximum capability of 3. But the update domain will going to have a maximum capability of 12. However, in this data center, what we have picturized here, we are only having the 6 update domains presents, right? So we are having a ratio of 3:6, 3 fault domain and 6 update domains. So I am saying that if I want that whenever I'm using the virtual machine skill sets concepts and we are scaling up my services, and every time a new identical VM is going to be created, so we can decide where the VM should be created. So let's take an example that I have created one server, the same server which we are using right away, a kind of a web server. So my server has been installed in this first area. So here my server has been installed. Okay, and now I'm using a scalability concepts. Now my load is going to be increasing, so another identical server needs to be created. So where the data center will going to create another server, because if it's going to create the server on the same area, on the same server, that means if my first machine will go down, the second will also go down because it's on the same server. So the whenever a server will go down, my both machines will go down. So because of that issues, they will going to create a machine into another server. So if I've selected a concept of 3 update domains and 3 fault domains itself, so that means they are going to use the 3 fault domain from here. Same way the update domains. So accordingly, I would say that we have decided a ratio to be used as 3:4. That means the 4 machines can be created in a updated domains and 3 ones can be created in the fault domains. That means my second machine will going to skip this first update domains as well as the first fault domains, and the next server whatever will come in the next line of area, the second server is going to be created there. So here in the fifth server, my second machine will going to be created because my first machine is created in this first server, and because it will come under the first update domain, that's why it will skip all of them. And same way for the for domain, it will skip all of them. Then the third machine will going to be created in the ninth server because first domain will going to be coming in this area and the second domain will going to be coming in this area. And because the first fault domain will coming in this area and the second fault domain will coming in this area, that's why it will going to redirect myself to the another one. So if my two whole rack will go down, still my machine is available and will be able to utilize them. So that is the concept of the scalability sets we are having in the section. So that's how my machines are going to be deployed. Now we are having an exercise of creating a virtual machine. So we have already done that. We have created the virtual machine. We have installed the web server package as well. Next topic we are having in line is Azure Virtual Desktop. So what is Azure Virtual Desktop? So Azure Virtual Desktop is a service that will help me to create a desktop based virtualization that will going to be run directly onto the cloud area. So in this virtualization, there is a lots of benefits, like you can go for creating the full desktop virtualization environment without having two additional gateway servers. It will going to reduce the risk of the resource being left behind, and also it will help me to have a multiple sessions deployments to be enabled. By default, we know that in a client machines, we are only having the one remote session is enabled. That means one person can take a remote session of that machine at one time. For the servers, we are having it at 3, but in this Azure Virtual Desktop, by default, it has been increased till 10. So you can increase them more than 10 as well. It depends on the usability. So this is a one thing we are having. So we have a separate course for Azure Virtual Desktop totally. You can opt for that course and start learning about them. Next thing we are having in line is Azure Container Services. So what is Azure Container Services? Azure containers are going to be a lightweighted area. Will going to give me a proper environment to deploy my code, to test my code, a kind of a separate environment or a dedicated environment to test my code, so that it will not going to affect any of the other environments itself. And because it's a lightweighted, so we didn't require any kind of higher memory or CPUs to run my code. So we can go and opt for the containers. The same kind of containers can be created in the cloud as well. So Microsoft is saying using this service called as your container instance, you can deploy that container as a platform as a service, and then you can utilize that container as much as you want. And the same way we are having another service called Kubernetes service. So the Kubernetes service will going to help me to orchestrate the service of containers with each other to manage my multiple containers on a normal node, like the thousands of the 10,000 of containers with each other. Now the next concept we are having is called a Azure function. So what is the Azure function? Azure function is something that will going to run a kind of a code based on the automation in the backend, depending upon the event that is triggered. So event could be anything, whether it's your HTTP trigger, time-based trigger, or anything. Every time our event is going to be happen, your code is going to be run in the backend, and accordingly, you can see the results for them. So how can we start creating the Azure function? So for doing the so, let me come back to my page. Let's suppose do we wanted to go for function app creation. So I'm going for the function app. I'm going to create a new function app now. I'm going to select my resource group. I'm going to name my function app as GTL function 01. On the code basis, I wanted to go with the .NET code. Version should be 6 in the east-west location. Hosting should be on this area. Networking should be enabled for public access. Monitoring should be no. Deployment and then tags, and then review and create. So let me validate it and let me create a function app. Once the function app is going to be created, we can go for creating a new function here. And after creating the functions, we can deploy the code over to that. So let's just wait for some time. Okay, so once my function app is done being created, let me go and hit on this button called go to resource. And then after, we will find this function area to be available. So I need to go to the functions area to create a new function. And then we need to hit on this create button to create a new function. Let me go for creating it. And I wanted to go for selecting a trigger called HTTPS. You can either go for developing it in the portal, developing it in the VS Code, or any other code editors you guys are having. I'm deciding to create it into the HTTPS. You can decide the HTTP trigger name and the function level do you want it to work with and hit on the create button. So a new function is created. Once the function is created, you can go and write down your own code which you wanted to run whenever this function will going to call in any of the scripts. So you can go for having the code text area to be available. Under this code text area, you can write down your own code depending upon the task you wanted to do. And accordingly, the things are working. So let's have a look about the same. So here you can see that by default, we are having some codes are already present. Let's have a look about them. You can see them. And here I can go for get function URL in the default one. Let me copy that URL. I can paste that URL in the list. And here you can see that my HTTP trigger function has been executed successfully. Okay, so this is how the things are working. Okay, so this is how the HTTP trigger function will going to be executed successfully in here. You can see that the test run can be done in here as well. I just need to provide the name. Let's suppose I'm going to write down my own name in this area, Shivam Shukla, and let me just go and test this function. So it will going to give me a result in the output in this area, and let's see that. So here, hello Shivam Shukla, this HTTP trigger function has been executed successfully. So this is how the functions can be created and can be executed in a very easy manner. So that was something we were having in this function area. Now the next thing we are having in the line is comparison between the different Azure compute options. So if I'll talk about the virtual machines, so the virtual machines will going to help me to work with the cloud-based servers that support either Windows or Linux environment. It will help me to work with a concept called lift and shift migration. It will also help me to have a complete operating system package to be installed, including the host operating systems and so. Virtual desktop will going to provide me a cloud-based personal computer for Windows desktop experience. It will give me a dedicated applications to connect and use or accessible from any modern browsers. It will help me to get a multiple client login allows multiple users to log in into the same machine at the same times. The containers are always going to be the lightweighted miniature environments that are well suited for running some microservices or developing or testing some codes. It is designed for scalability and resilience through the orchestration. Also, the applications and the services are going to be packaged in a container on the top of the host of the operating system, and accordingly we can run a code and have a look about the same. Talking about the next service called Azure App Services. So what is Azure App Services? Azure App Services is a fully managed platform to build, deploy, and scale some web apps and the APIs very quickly, just the way we already did that. So we can work with a different run code like .NET, .NET Core, Node.js, Java, Python, and PHP. These are some examples on how much of runtimes we can work with the application service in here. It is a platform as a service offering with enterprise grade performance, security, and compliance requirement that is already met. Next concepts we are having in line is talking about Azure networking services. So in the Azure networking services, it will going to enable the Azure resource to communicate with each other, the internet and the on-premises networks and so. It will help me to create a public endpoint which can be accessible from anywhere on the internet. It could be a private endpoint that can be accessible within your network. We can have a proper subnets to be available. We can have a different segments of a network that will suit on your needs. We can also go for utilizing the network peering to connect your private networks directly together and so. So this is my network services we can opt in here. Let's suppose I do wanted to create a networking services in here. So I'm going to done the same thing. Let me open my environment. After opening my environment, I need to create a new virtual network. So for creating a new VNet, we need to search for the VNet service. This is my virtual network. I already having one of the virtual network called AZ-900 in the East US location. I'm going to create another VNet now in the Central India location. On the same resource group, my VNet name should be AZ-900 VNet East US, or maybe it's for Central India. That is for CI. And I wanted to create it in the Central India location. What is going to be my IP address? I would like to call myself a IP address as 192.168.0.0/16 should be my subnet, my network address. Under this network address, I wanted to add one of the subnet. Subnet name is subnet 01 and the IP address should be 192.168.1.0/24. And let me hit on the add button. So here I have added my network address as well as my subnet address. Let me go to the security. I wanted to enable the Bastion host as well. Or let's say I do not want to enable as of now. Other than that, I do not want to use the DDoS protection as well. I do not want to use the firewall and so let me go and review and create this virtual network. So this is how you can start creating your virtual network appliances as well. Once the virtual network is completed or it's created, we can deploy a new VM using the same virtual network with the same region called Central India. So let's wait for some time till the time this VNet is deployed, and then we're going to create the VM now. Okay, so my virtual network has been deployed successfully. Once the virtual network has been deployed, let me have a look about some details about the address space. So this is my address space which I'm using about my subnets. So I'm having one subnets to be present and the other things in here. Let me just give a refresh to this page. And now I wanted to create another VM using my new virtual network. So I'm going to create my virtual machines. And I wanted to make this virtual machine the same resource group with a new name called web server machine Central India. In my Central India location, now I wanted to work with the 2019 data center again. I wanted to work with 4 virtual core of CPUs as 16 gig of memory. Let me have the proper address of and the password as well for the administrator account. Now I wanted to enable these 3 ports again. Let me go to the disk. I wanted to use the premium SSD for a better performance. Let me go with the networking. In the networking, you can see the network which we have created, the same network has been opted automatically because we have selected the same region. So I've created this that VNet already called AZ-900 VNet CI. So I'm using this one. I'm using the subnet which I have created. I'm using a public IP address as well. Let me go to the management. Let me go to the monitoring. Let me disable this boot diagnostics, hitting on the advanced, tags, review and create, and so. So let me go and create this resource now. Okay, so let's just wait till the time this VM is going to be configured. And while this VM is going to be configured, let me do one more thing. I'm going to close my firewalls to give you some sort of overview that how the different VNets are going to be connected with each other. And on a default node, are they going to connect with each other or not? Okay, let me go to the go to resource area. Let me take a remote session of this machine now. Okay, so we are having another machine in line. So this is my second machine, and this is my first machine which I'm having, right? Let me do one thing. We have closed the firewall for this machine. Now I'm going to close the firewall for this machine as well. Okay, so the firewall has been closed successfully. Now let me go and open the CMD here. Okay, let me just increase the font size for the CMD. Okay, here I'm going to run a ping command for my another machine to be pinged, that is 20.185 192.27.137 and hit on enter. And let's have a look. And the same way, I'm going to redirect the ping command from this area as well. Ping, then the machine IP address is 20.235.77.186. So you can see, however, I have closed the firewall, but still both VNet are not connected with each other. So on a default note, the virtual networks are not going to be communicate with each other. We do need to create a peering between them to allow them to make a communication between each other. So this is also a basic concepts of Azure, that if you guys are having the multiple segments available, the multiple VNets available, so always need to pair them with each other to work with the communication way. So for doing so, what we need to do is we just need to open my virtual network which I'm having. Just open any of the virtual network. Let's suppose I'm going to open my own virtual network which I already created, which I have created on my side. From this virtual network blade, you just need to come here called peerings area under the settings. In the peerings, you need to hit on the add button. You need to define the name. I would like to call it as a AZ-900 VNet to CI to AZ-900 VNet. So this is my name which I wanted to provide. And the link name from the different VNet should be this one. That means one link I am creating from my this network to another one, and the second link which we are creating from different network to this one. And here, which virtual network I wanted to select, I need to select my AZ-900 VNet, and then I wanted to allow all kind of traffic. Let me go for adding this peering. So you can see that the two instances now created. One instance is for peering from this VNet to another one, and the second one is from another one to this area. So here, once it's going to be ready, right now it is in the updating condition. Once it's going to be ready and enabled, then after we'll be able to communicate both the machines with each other. Let me go and select my another VNet itself. So in the second virtual network, if I'll go to the peering area, so in this area, you can see if I'll hit the refresh. So now new peering has been added already. So it is connected already. And once it is connected, I can open my both the machines in here, and I can run the same command again about the ping, and you will be able to see about the results, whether I'm going to start getting the results of ping command or not. Okay, so right now it's timed out. Okay, so now it's connected from both end. Let me hit the CLS, use the ping command again. Let me hit the CLS, use the ping command again. So it may take up to 5 minutes here to update these communications between them. Once the update is done, then we'll be able to access these machines in here. So this is how the things are going to be work on a normal note. That was something we were having relatively for the VNet itself. So we'll try it after 5 minutes again. No problem for the same. Okay. Now the next thing if we'll talk about in the page is about creating some sort of or monitoring or governing some sort of networking area. Previously, we were working with this machine here, which IP address is 20.185. So I would like to show you guys one more thing in here, that I'm accessing this IP address and I'm getting the result of the IIS server. And why so? Because for this machine, HTTP and HTTPS port is already open. What if I'll go and work with the network security group here? I'm going with the NSG that is already associated with both the networks. I'm coming to the NSG area, I'm coming to the inbound area, and here you can see in the inbound rule that HTTP and HTTPS traffic is already enabled, and that's why we are able to access the website. What if I'll add two more roles in that? So I'm going to add two more roles from service tag. Service tag should be internet, and the service should be HTTP, and I wanted to deny this, and let me go for adding. Okay, sorry for that. Let me just do one thing now. Okay, let me just go and edit this. First of all, let me delete this. HTTP, I wanted to deny it. And here the priority should be 301. Let me add it. Now I wanted to add another one, that is HTTPS deny. Priority should be 302. Let me add it. So I'm creating two new rules about denying the HTTP inbound, denying the HTTPS inbound. Okay, and now I already have some rules available that is allowing these requests. So now once these rules has been created, if I'll go and copy the same URL again, and let me go for pasting the same URL into a different browser. Sorry for that. And hit on enter. So it will going to give me an error. Either I'm going to with the normal browser or with the in private browser. In both manner, it will going to give me an error. And why so? Because I have done one thing. I have denied the HTTP and HTTPS port in this area. And because I have the allow section also, so it will going to verify which rule needs to be considered at first based on their priority. So whatever the priority is going to be the lowest one, accordingly, the person will be able to get the information, or maybe say that the rule is going to be followed. So because for the deny section, I'm having the priority of 301 and 302, that is why I'm getting this rule to be followed first. And because in this rule, I'm denying everything. And that's why these VMs are not presented, and these VMs are giving me some sort of errors. So here you can see the same thing. Now the next thing, if I'll say that if I'll change the priority list for these things in here, so I can manage all those kind of roles and the traffic managements directly from the NSG segments in here within the cloud environment. So we don't have to worry about managing all those things on our own. So if you can add these rules again about denying these rules with the highest priority, apart from the existing one. The first one is HTTP is already creating. HTTP is again with the priority called 351, adding it. So once these rules are going to have a higher priority than the previously one, in that scenario, it will going to allow me to access the virtual machine in here. Let me go and hit a refresh again. So after some time, it will going to open me the page. So you can see now the page has been opened and I'm able to access the IIS server. So this is the difference between having the rules to be managed from the network security groups under the networking concepts. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the other networking services we are having in the list, is the VPN. So what is a VPN? We know VPN is a service that will help me to create a private connection between two different servers over to the public internet. That will help me to get the data accessibility on a very private node. So that was knowing as the VPN in here. But because it's on the public internet, so it's going to use the different sites of IPsec tunneling and the virtual private network tooling in here in terms of creating your secure connection strings from one server to another. For that VPN connection to be connected with your cloud resources, in the cloud, you need to deploy a service called Virtual Private Network Gateway. So Virtual Private Network Gateway will going to be act like an endpoint for your resources that will help you to connect that VPN network with your resources directly. Okay, so that was the one thing we need to deploy in here. Next service we are having in line about the networking is the express route. So the express route service is going to be create me another kind of a private connection, but this time this private connection will going to use the backbone of the Azure network. It's not going to be accessible via public internet, but it's going to be accessible via the backbone network of the Azure itself. And using them, it will going to give you the better reliability, better specific speed, and the better connection strengths to be available. So the express route service is always going to be utilized in that scenario when a whole company wants to migrate its approximately of 100 TBs of data to the cloud. And in that scenario, they wanted to migrate it or they wanted to transfer the data. So for that scenario, we can work with the express route in here to managing my whole things from the backbone network so that my data could not be exposed to the public internet and so in the network, in this area called express route, the customer need to connect with the partner, their internet service provider partners, what they're having. Then they need to connect with the Azure itself. And accordingly, whatever their backbone connections is coming, based on that, it's going to create your new backbone network over there. And accordingly, you can start transferring your data. Then after, if I'll talk about the Azure DNS. So what is a DNS first of all? DNS is a service name that will help me to resolve my host name query itself. That means whenever you wanted to resolve the query between host name to the IP address or from the IP address to the host name, you can go and work with the Azure DNS in here. So by default in the Microsoft end, we are having the two different types of Azure DNS that can be deployed. One is Azure private DNS zone. Second one is Azure public DNS zone. The private DNS zone is going to be applicable on that situation where you guys wanted to have a private network to be managed only within the cloud itself. So over there, if you wanted to resolve the query for the different resources, you can work with the private DNS. If you guys wanted to manage your public DNS servers as well, so in that scenario, you need to deploy the public DNS zone in the Azure services. So that was something we were having relatively for the networking and the compute services. Now the next thing we are having in line is talking about the storage services in the list. So let's take a 10-minute break here before talking about the storage services. After 10 minutes, we're going to start the session again. So till the time, enjoy your coffee, guys. Hi, welcome back again, guys, after the quick break. So now we are going to move forward with our next segment, talking about the storage services in line. The storage services, whatever the different services that are offered by the Azure tools. So inside the Azure, there's a service called a storage account is present that will help us to create a proper storage account to store my any kind of data in there, whether it should be your blob, like files, media, images, pictures, and so you can upload any of them. You can store all of them in here. You can call the data anywhere, anytime, whenever you want. And also you can have the file shares to be created, you can have the table data to be stored, you can have the queue data to be stored, and other things. A storage account is a service which you can opt on a rental basis to store your data. Whenever you are creating a storage account, always go and have a proper globally unique name to be available in the whole world, because if you're not using the globally unique name, it will going to give you an error. So that you need to have a proper unique name to be present. Also, it will going to provide you the accessibility of the data over to the internet access in a worldwide. By default, it will not going to give you any kind of accessibility. You need to open the accessibility and then it will be done. It will also help you to determine the storage services and the redundancy options. So whenever we are calling about the redundancy options, so what is that? That means there are four different types of redundancy options: LRS, ZRS, ZRS, and ZZRS. LRS means local redundant storage. That means the data is going to be stored and rely in the single data center in the primary region you have selected. Like I say that I have created a storage account called storage 01 and I have created it in the East US location. So in the East US, whatever my primary data center is, my data is going to be stored over there. And Microsoft is creating the 3 copies of my data. So all 3 copies are going to be stored in the same data center. So if my whole data center will go down, I will not be able to access the data. However, if a server go down, then I will be able to access the data from another server as well because there are 3 copies. Same way for ZRS, specifically it will going to give me a 3 different copies to be stored into the 3 different availability zones, and the data center is also going to be the different because in each every zones we are having a different data centers. So whatever the region I have selected, let's suppose for the East US, so in the East US how many zones am I having, whether it's for 1 2 3 or 4 zones, based on that my 3 copies are going to be divided. For GZRS is going to store my 3 copies of my data into the single data center towards my primary region. And the same way, because it's a geo-redundant storage, that means another 3 copies is going to be created and that copy is going to be stored in my secondary region as well in the single data center. So that will come under the GRS where I will get a 6 copy, 3 in the primary one, 3 in the secondary region. Then we are having the GZRS, which will going to combine these two services with each other, GRS and ZRS. So the 3 copies which is created in the primary region will going to store into different availability zones. Same way, the 3 regions, the 3 copies which has been created for another region will going to store in a single data center. So this is how your different redundancy options are going to be presented, and based on that you need to pay the extra amount or you need to pay the charges accordingly. Talking about a different kind of storage services we are having. So we are having a different kind of storage services like container storage, which we also call it as a blob. So whenever I'll say that you wanted to upload a kind of a unstructured data or semi-structured data or structured data, anyone. So you can opt for the container services. Most probably containers are always using a way to store your unstructured or semi-structured data, because in that area you don't know how the structures is formed. So that's why we are calling it as a blob. That means binary large object over there. So you can go and store that data to be presented, whether it's your movie, it's your images, it's your videos, audios, and other things. Then after we are having the disk storage. The disk storage is an option where it will going to provide a disk for the virtual machines, applications, and the other services to access and use. So whenever you are creating a VM and the other services where your disk is associated, so you can also store that disk in your storage account, what you have created. Then after, we will have another type of service called Azure Files. So Azure Files is a kind of a service that will help us to create a kind of a file share that can be accessed by the different users over to the SMB protocol in terms of working on a dedicated area to store the dedicated services with each other. Like I'll say that I will create a file share folder in my local on-premises area, and then after I'm just creating a kind of a network connectivity with that folder, so my each and every user can use the files in that folder and they can edit, they can share everything in that. So the same way we can create a cloud-based file share using this Azure file options in here. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the endpoints, so how the endpoints are going to be identified, whether it's a blob we are accessing, it's a file share we are accessing, it's a queue we are accessing, it's a table, or it's a data lake storage. So we'll have to find out some URLs that needs to be understand. The very first is talking about the blob storage. So whenever you guys are going to access a blob, so in the blob, the URL is always going to be starting with HTTPS, then your storage account name, and then after the domain called .blob.co.windows.net. This is your primary URL. After that, it's going to add your container name. After that, it's going to add your item name, whatever the item you are accessing, whether it's your image, audio, video, something, anything. So this is going to be your full URL. When it comes that you wanted to get the data to be accessed from a storage lake generation 2, so over there your URL will always going to be started from HTTPS, then a storage account name, and then the domain called DFS core windows net, and then your container name, and then your specific item name. Same way for the Azure files, your URL is going to be started from HTTPS, then your storage account name, then .file.co.windows.net slash your file share slash your folder slash your specific item. In the queue storage, it's going to start again with the HTTPS, then your storage account name, your then .q.co.windows.net, then your queue name, and then your item name. Same way for the table storage, it will going to have a starting URL started from HTTPS, then your storage account name .table.co.windows.net slash your table name slash your item name. So this is how your full URLs are going to be present. And based on these domains, what you guys are having in the URL, you can identify whether it's a blob are we accessing, it's a file are we accessing, it's a queue are we accessing, or it's a table are we accessing, or it's a data lake storage data we are accessing. You can always define the things using the URLs. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the different tiers of the data storage. So in the data storage, we are having the multiple tiers to be checked. The very first tier is a hot tier. Hot tier means whenever you want a data to be accessible frequently, like after every 10 minutes, after every 2 minutes, after every half an hour and 1 hour. So in that manner, that kind of data need always to be stored in the hot area because it's going to optimize by storing data that is accessed frequently. When it comes with the cool storage, so here the data is going to be optimized for storing that is infrequently accessed, and here it is going to be stored for 30 days. So whenever you wanted to access the kind of a data that is going to be accessed not frequently but maybe one on a daily basis, one time or two times on a daily basis, or a weekly basis or a monthly basis, so you can store that data inside your cool storage. And then when it comes about the data to be stored for long time period itself, like the backup data and so you can store that kind of data in the archive storage, where the data could be stored for more than 180 days itself with the flexible latency. And every time you wanted to access the data of that archive, you always need to first of all, I'll say it's rehydrate the data, and then you will be able to access it, because you need to rehydrate it from the archive to the cool or hot, and then you will be able to access the data. So these are the different access tiers we are having, and based on the access tiers, you will need to pay the amount exactly. And whenever you want, you can actually change the latency requirement at any given point of time whenever you want. Now let's talk about working with the blob storage. So what is the blob storage we are having? So I'll say that if you guys wanted to work with the blob storage in here, or you wanted to create a storage account, so let's have a look how to create a one. So I'm going towards my portal. Inside the portal, for creating a new storage account, you need to go and search for our storage accounts in here. Then after, hit on the create button to create a new storage account. After that, you need to select the subscriptions which you want to use for payment. Then your resource group, where do you want it to group this resource? And then your storage account name. Let's suppose I'm going to create a storage account name as GTL storage account 01 itself. Then I wanted to create this storage account again in the East US region. I wanted to go with the standard performance, and I wanted to work with the LRS concept. Moving forward to the advanced area, I don't want to make any kind of changes. Let me go to the networking area. In the networking, we always need to decide, are we going to allow the accessibility of this storage account from all the public access network, or from a selected network, or from a private access? So you can decide the same things in here. I would like to go with the enabling access on a public node. Then what is going to be your network routing? So network routing could be anything, whether it's your Microsoft network routing or an internet routing. I'm going with the Microsoft network routing right away. Let me click on the data protection. In the data protections, you can enable the soft delete for blobs for the next 7 days. So whenever you wanted to, you are deleting a blob, the blob is always going to be retained for the next 7 days itself. Based on that, you can recover the blob till the next 7 days, or else after 7 days, the blob is automatically going to be deleted. You can also go for encryptions by using the Microsoft managed key or a customer managed key. In both way, you can go for reviewing your changes, what you have done. And once the validation is going to be passed, you can start creating your storage account accordingly. So let's wait till the time the storage account is created. And once it's going to be created, we're going to discuss about the containers and the Azure files. Okay, so here my storage services has been deployed successfully. Once the storage services has been deployed, you can go and open the resource. Under that storage account, you will find a data storage option. In the data storage, you can see we are having the multiple types of data that can be stored, like containers, file shares, queues, and the tables. Right now, we are going to use the containers and the file shares. So let's talk about how to work with the containers. For creating a container or storing a data inside a container, you need to create a new container. And for creating a new one, you need to click on the container button. After coming to the containers area, you can see we didn't have any of the containers right away. So we need to create a new one. So I'm going to click on the container name, and then we need to provide a container name in here. I would like to call it as a container 01. And I wanted to have a public access level to the private one. That means it should be a private access to this blob. No one can access the data from here. Let me go and create this. So here my data is created successfully. Once the data has been created, I can open this container, and inside that container, I can upload my data. So for uploading your data, click on the upload button, then select the specific file which you wanted to upload. Let's suppose I wanted to upload some images itself. In the desktop, I need to go with the wallpaper images with these two. Let me open them and upload it. So here, my both files has been uploaded successfully. Once the file has been uploaded, then for accessing this file, for providing the access of your file, you just need to specify one thing. Like click on the blob name for which you wanted to allow the access to the person, copy the URL and share it with the person. So if I'll go and share it with myself, so here you can see right now it is giving me an error. And why it is giving me an error? Because I have selected the correct URL. I have pasted the correct URL, but still whatever the container I have created earlier, the container access level is private, and that's why I'm not able to access it. What if I will change the private access level to the blob? So once I'll change it to the blob, hit on the OK button, and then after if I'll hit a refresh to this page, so you can see I'm able to access my image now. So this is how the accessibility level will going to be work. Let me say I again wanted to go with private, hit me on OK. Let me hit a refresh again. So after some time, it is going to be deleted. Right now it's using the cache memory. That's why it is giving me a result for that image. But if I'll use another browser apart from this one, let me go with the Edge browser, hit me on enter. So it will going to give me an error that resource not found because it's a private access level for that container. I would like to say that being my container on a private node, still I wanted to share the accessibility of a blob towards some of the persons. So how can we achieve that goal? So for achieving that goal, what we need to do is we just need to open the blob, select the blob against which you wanted to share the accessibility. And then after you need to go for generating the SAS token. In the SAS token, you can see that I'm using the account key to access it. I'm using the key one. Which kind of permissions do you want it to define? You can define the permissions also like read, add, create, write, delete, permanent delete, text, immutable storage, and so you can decide your permissions. Then you can decide your start and expiry time itself. So in the start and expiry time, I'm saying that the accessibility of that specific blob is going to be available from now onwards till the next 8 hours. So for the approximately of 8 hours, I can go and have a look about them. And then it is allowed for a protocols called HTTPS. So I'm generating a SAS token. My access level of my container for the storage account is on a private node. And still I'm generating the SAS token here. After generating the SAS token, I can copy the SAS URL and share it with the person to whom I wanted to allow the accessibility of this machine. So I can open my another browser where previously I was getting the error because of the container access level is a private. I can paste the newly created URL of the SAS token. And here you can see that my image is present. So this is how a specific blob can be accessed using a SAS token. If I'll share the same link in the chat also, you guys will be able to see the same image on your end using this SAS token. So this is an option of providing the accessibility of a blob on a secret node. But still there is a loophole in it. Loophole is something that if I will share the same URL, the same SAS URL with other persons, like apart from the person which I want, they will share another the same URL with another person which I don't want. So in that scenario, that person will also be able to access the blob using this current SAS URL. So how can we restrict that concept? So for restricting that kind of concept, you need to specify the IP addresses of allowed users. Let's suppose right now on my end, I'm defining the allowed IP address as 20.235.77.186. Let me just have this URL to be copied. 20.235.77.186. So I'm specifying the IP address to whom I wanted to allow the specific accessibility of this blob. So I've configured the IP address. Let me generate the SAS token again. And now whatever the new URL is come up, I can go and paste this URL on my machine. So you can see it is giving me an error that you don't have the proper authorization to access this web app. However, if I'll come up with the same machine where I'm having the same kind of IP address available, so here if I'll open the Edge browser, inside this machine, let me go over the start without synchronizing my data. And if I'll paste the same URL, so for this machine, it is allowed the person to access the blob. Same way, if I'll open another machine of myself where my IP address is again changed, and from this machine, if I'll try to access that same blob, so it will going to give me an error. Let me paste the same URL again and hit on enter. So you can see it is giving me an error that you have not having the proper authorization in here. So that was something what we are having working with the SaaS tokens, generating it using the specific IP address, or you generating it for a specific period of time for all my users. This is how we can do that. Next thing, if I'll talk about changing my access tier from hot to the cool. So how can we do that? So for changing the access tier, the select your image, select your blob, and then you can click on this button called change tier. So right away, this blob is on the hot tier. I can go for changing it towards my archive or cool anyone. So I'm saying that I wanted to make it to the archive. So I can hit on the save button. Once the blob is in archive mode, I can open the container. However, if I'll change my access level of this container to the public itself, still this blob is on an archive node. So I can't access this blob because currently it is on the active state. Let me paste the URL. Okay, not in this area. Let me go with this area now. So here you can see giving the error called blobbed archived. So whenever you wanted to access the data which is already present in the archive node, so you need to rehydrate data first and then you will be able to access it. So for doing so, you just need to do one thing. Go for changing tier again. Go to changing tier to the hot or cool, whatever you want. Go for setting up the priority of rehydrate and hit on the save button. So what Azure will do, Azure will going to rehydrate your data from archive tier to the hot or cool, whatever you have selected. And once the rehydration will complete, you will be able to access your blob accordingly. So it's will going to take a time depending upon the data what you guys are having. So how much your data is, how that much of time it will going to take in here. So let me come up to this machine now. In this machine, if I'll hit a refresh, so right away it's giving me the same error called blob archived. It's still my blob is archived. So let's wait till the time it is rehydrated. So status is still pending. Okay, so once it's going to be completed, the status will check the result accordingly. Moving forward to that, we have another concept of file share. So what is a file share? So file share is a kind of a service. We can use it on behalf of our internal file servers. Most of the time in the organization, we know that there are lots of file servers are running, which will help me to share my data with different users at the same time. So the same concepts can be applicable with this file share itself, what we are having inside this storage account. So if I'll come up to the storage account, if I'll open my storage account, which I created already, and here, if I'll come to the file shares, so I can have my file shares to be present. For creating a new file share, what I need to do is I just need to click on this button called file share. And then after, I need to specify the name of my file share. Let me call this file share as share01 for an example. And I wanted to get it created. So let me go for creating. And here my file share is ready. Under this file share, I'm going to add some of the files. So let me open this file share. After opening, we're going to upload some sort of files. Let me go for selecting the files here. These ones, let me upload them. I'm going to upload some additional files as well from a different area like these ones. So this is how we can upload the different sets of files in here. And once the files has been uploaded, then after what we can do is we can connect this file share with our virtual machines or with our physical machines, what we are having. And the prerequisite for adding this file share with your VMs is you need to enable the SMB protocol as well as you need to enable a one of the port called port number 445. So you need to enable this port number called 445 for the SMB protocol. And once you wanted to connect your VM or another machines with this file share, what we need to do is we just need to hit on this connect button, and then we need to decide, are we going to connect this file share with Windows machine, with Linux machine, with Mac OS, or any other places. Depending upon them, you need to select your environment. Right away, I'm saying that I'm having two VMs with myself, and both of the VMs are running over to the Windows servers itself. So because it's a Windows server machines, so I need to select the Windows option from the connect area. After selecting the Windows option, I would like to go and hit on this button called show script, and then we need to copy the same script. After copying the script, just open your machine. Where do you want it to add it? And in this machine, if I'll come up to the file explorer to this PC, you can see I do not have any of the network connected devices currently present. Let me do one thing. Let me go for opening the PowerShell on an admin node. Then I would like to paste the same script in here, and then it's going to add my machines. So here my drive has been added successfully. Once the drive has been added, just close the PowerShell machine, open the Explorer, open this PC, and here you can see that we are having this network location added. If I'll open this network location, you can see the same kind of document I have added in this SMB file share of share 01. The same documents are presented in this area as well. So this is how a specific set of file servers can be added, and not only with the single virtual machine but with the multiple virtual machine as well. Let's suppose this is my second VM which I'm having. In this second VM also, you can see we don't have any of the network location created. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open the PowerShell admin again in here, and in here I'm going to paste my script which I'm having, and then it's going to add my network location as a file share for this machine. So the data which is coming from that particular file share can be accessed by both the machines and can be managed by both the machines itself. So you can come up here and see now the network location has been added successfully. Open the network location, and here my all documents are present. So this is just an example of working with the file share, that how can we install a file share, how can we create it, how can we connect it with the virtual machines. Now the next thing, if I'll talk about in the PowerPoint slide, so we are having the service name called Azure Migrate. So what is Azure Migrate? Azure Migrate is a tool that will help you to perform the migration of your project. Like whenever a new company wants to migrate their services to the Azure, they will need to utilize this Azure Migrate tools itself. And the Azure Migrate tool will help them to identify their current infrastructure. Based on that, to identify what specific services they are running on the cloud, how much of services are already compatible to migrate whole services with the Azure, and for the rest of the servers or the VMs, what specific, how many resources do I need to create in the cloud itself. So it's going to give you a proper estimate about them, that you are having the 10 servers in the on-premises area, and right now you are having the 5 virtual machines in the cloud. So 5 servers can be managed because they are having the same configuration. Now you need to create another 5 servers with this specific configuration in the cloud, so that you can migrate your whole 10 servers to the cloud area. So this is a tool that will help us to do so. Moving forward to that, we are having another service called Azure Data Box. So what is the Azure Data Box? So the same way we are having the storage account service for storing my data, same way we are having the data box to be present. The data box service needs to be utilized at that time once you guys are going to store up to 80 TB of data or more than 80 TB of data at the same time. Because we know that if we are having that much of data available, so it will be very difficult for us to upload all the data using the internet connections to upload in the cloud. So instead of doing that step, what we can do is we can directly create this data box service. In the data box service, there are two types of service we can create. Either it's for import or for export. Import means when you wanted to upload the data to the cloud, in that scenario, you need to create the import service. If you wanted to download the data from the cloud, then you need to create the export service. So like I say that I wanted to upload 100 TB of data to the cloud. So I have created the import service. In the import service, first of all, Azure data center, whatever the nearest data center is present of the Azure from my current physical location, will going to give me a some sort of disk on my location. They will going to send some sort of disk. I need to copy all the data to those disks, and then I need to pack that disk, and we need to courier back that disk to the same data center address. Once the disk will going to reach that data center, they will going to attach that disk with the proper servers with your storage accounts, and then you will be able to access all your data over to the cloud. Same way for the export, they will going to copy your data to the disk, and then they will going to deliver that disk to you. You will need to copy the data to your own disk and then return the previous disk which you are receiving from the cloud. So this is how the import and export services are going to be work. And in a concept of a large data transformation, always go and work with the data box in here. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the file management option, or I'll say the management option for the storage services. So we have a different tool that can help us to manage my storage services. The very first is the AZ copy. AZ copy is a kind of a CLI tool that is available that will help me to upload the data to the storage account, download the data from there, change the container, change the access level, and the other things. Whatever the task, we can do it using the GUI method. The same kind of task we can do it using the AZ copy tool. Another utility we are having in the line is Azure Storage Explorer. So it is going to be a kind of a GUI app that will help me to connect my cloud-based storage account with my physical machines. And then from the physical machine, I can manage all the things from against my cloud services, against my storage account directly on a remote basis. The third tool which we are having is known as the Azure File Sync. So Azure File Sync is again a utility that will help you to start synchronizing your file shares directly with your cloud service provider. So whenever you are having the multiple machines that are connected with a single file share, always implement this file sync. Click on the button once for synchronizing all the data. Whatever changes has been made till now on the files in the shared area will going to be directly synchronized with the Azure file share. So these are the different services we are having in line and the different tools we can use them to manage. The last concepts of this module is going to determine about the identity, access, and security. So in the Azure environment, there is a identity provider is present, and that identity provider name is Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based identity provider to help you to manage all the different kind of cloud-based identities, device-based identities, on-premises based identities, and the other ones. So you can manage all of them on a centralized place from here. Using a traditional service, the identity provider, which you guys are already working in your on-premises area known as ADDS, the Azure Active Directory will going to give us a more features and the facilities in here. We know Azure, the ADDS service will help me to manage my identities of whether it's for users or the devices in my on-premises area. Same thing can be done using the Azure AD, but Azure AD is going to be have a capability that can help you to manage all the different identities in the different places on a centralized base. Let's suppose I'm saying we are having some identity in the cloud, in the Azure cloud. So I'm managing them using the Azure AD. Some of the identities that are pre-created for my existing employees in the on-prem area. So I can deploy a connector called Azure AD Connect between the ADDS to the Azure AD, and then after synchronizing all the identities to the cloud, I can manage those on-premises identity with my Azure AD itself on a centralized basis. So I do not have to open the ADDS server for the same. Next thing, if I'm having the identity in the AWS, so I can connect this Azure AD as an identity provider. We can synchronize all identity and manage the identity from the Azure AD. So it's going to give us a proper centralized area to manage all the things. Also, using the Azure AD will give us another benefits, like you can have a multiple sets of authentication can be enabled. Like what kind of authentication do you want it to use? Whether you want it to go for password based authentication, do you guys want it to go for certificate based authentication, do you guys want it to go for temporary access pass token based authentication, or other kind of authentications, whatever it is present in the market? So Azure Active Directory has these different kinds of authentication methods are already presented on a pre-built node. Let's have a look what different types of authentication methods are we having. So I can come back here. I can open my Azure Active Directory. Under the Azure Active Directory, we are having an option here called okay. Let me go for the users, or I can go for the security as well. In the security, I can go to the authentication methods. And here you can see how many types of authentication methods does the Azure AD is offering to us. So here we can work with FIDO2 security key, Microsoft Authenticator, SMS-based authentication, temporary access pass, third-party software authentication token, voice call authentication, email OTP, certificates-based authentication, and lots of other. So these different types of authentications we can select. Next feature which is enabled in the Azure AD is talking about the single sign-on. So it is providing me the single sign-on option as well. And for setting up this SSO concept, you do not have to install any kind of additional server. By default, this is a pre-built feature of Azure AD. So in the Azure AD, you can come up to the AD area, and in the Azure AD area, you can open your apps by which you wanted to get yourself a kind of a SSO to be created. So let me just go and have a new app to be created. For example, here. So I'm creating a DocuSign app just for a demo purpose. Okay, so once the application has been created, under the application, you can see under the manage, we will find the SSO option. So here, SSO option is enabled. You just need to go and start configuring it using any of the methods, whether it's your SAML based, password based, or link based. So this is also a pre-built feature. Next thing is application management. So Azure AD is offering identity services for the resources also. So resource can have their own identity to be present that can help the user to access the data from the storage account, from the SQL database, and from the different locations, wherever the data is present, so that you don't require any kind of authentication needs to be done at the time of accessing the data. Every time we know that whenever we wanted to access the data over to the app and other things, we always need to provide the user authentication first to access it. But in the Azure AD, it is providing a concept that you can create an identity for your app and the resources. You can associate it with your app and the resources. And then using that same integrated ID, you can access the data from the locations. Also, Azure AD is supporting the B2B concepts and the B2C concepts, both of them. B2B means whenever you guys are working with the different companies on a same project and you wanted to call their users to be worked with your environment, so you can add their tenant as a B2B and then you can call their users to work with your environment. Same way for the B2C, that means business to customer. Whenever you wanted to call a customer that are using a third-party service providers like I'll say Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and so you can opt for that B2C concept as well. Then it will also help you to manage your devices. So by default, previously we know that we need to install the MDM tool on a dedicated node to manage my all the devices which has been connected with my environment. But in the Azure AD, MDM is also connected. So here you can come up to the devices area, and from the devices pane, if you guys are having a proper license, you will be able to manage all the devices directly from the Azure AD. So this is also an additional feature in here. So that's how it is going to be a very useful tool to manage all the different aspects of your environment in terms of working on a different node. Next thing, we are calling it about the authentication and authorization comparison. So what is the comparison between authentication and authorization? So I would like to say that whenever we have an app, let's suppose for my company called GTech, we have a website. Right now the website is live and it has a public access availability present. But we also have some apps in the internal area. So for that applications, I am saying that maybe in my team, only 2 or 3% are authorized to access that app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create their authentication based on their identity. And in the authentication, we are going to verify whether the specific person is making the login or not to access that resource. So it will going to verify the legitimate user by using the multiple methods. Either we are going to verify the user based on their username or password, or maybe we have enabled the MFA as well in terms of having the second level of authentication. Maybe we are having a kind of a, I'll say it's a conditional based access to be present. So depending upon the different factors, we are going to verify the legit user login towards your app or towards your services. That will come under the authentication. When it comes about, once the user is authenticated that yes, it is a legit user who is trying to make a login, then it will come to the authorization that inside your environment, inside your app or the other services, what different options he can perform, what different tasks he can perform. Like either he can perform access my files which I'm having, either he can access my storage account, either he can access my app services, virtual machines, and so we are deciding that what is going to be the criteria for working of that user. That will come under the authorization. Maybe for some of the user, I would like to say that in my app I have a file called abc.txt. So I have decided some authorization based on the different roles. Like for user one, I have decided that user one can open the abc.txt, can read the content of it, but cannot delete, cannot edit, and cannot upload or download that file, right? For user two, I have decided to give another level of permission to read and to write and to edit, but they cannot download that file and they cannot upload any external file. For user three, I have provided the full rights. That means they can open the file, read the file, delete the file, edit them, upload a new one, download that existing file, and so on. So it's always going to be depend what kind of task they can perform. Accordingly, we can decide these things under the authorization. So that is a comparison between authentication and authorization. Authentication means we are verifying that it is a legit user. In the authorization, we are verifying what task that user can perform with the related application. Moving forward to that, in the Azure AD, MFA is also a pre-built feature. By default, in the previous node, we were always installing a dedicated server of a MFA, and then we are configuring the MFA segments and so. But with Azure AD, it is now got very easy. You don't need to have a dedicated server for the same. Just add your identity provider as a Azure AD. From the Azure AD, select the user where you wanted to open the to perform the MFA. Select the user, enable the MFA segment, and the MFA is done. So in the multi-factor authentication, what it is a second level of authentication we are asking from the user to provide their proof or to verify themselves that yes, they are a legit user who is trying to access this resource. So under the MFA, the Microsoft MFA will going to work on a three concept. Very first is something you know. Second one is something you process. And the third one is something you are. So in each and every area, there are different sets of authentication we can ask. In the something you know area, I can ask the user to provide their password, their username, their PIN, maybe their token or something else. So they know these things, they can provide the specific details of it and they can get the access. The second concept called something you possess. That means whatever the hardware key you guys are using, whatever the devices you guys are using, whatever the access card you guys are using. So without having these options available, you can't access the environment. So that will come under the something you possess. Then something you are means whatever the biometric fingerprints you guys are having, whether it's your fingerprint, retina scan, maybe the facial recognition, the certificate based authentication, and so that will come under the something you are concept. So accordingly, we can have a proper authentication methods to be selected on a second level of authentication, and based on that, we can verify the user. Talking about the external identities called B2B. So external identities means whenever you wanted to make a collaborations with a different partners, vendors, suppliers, or maybe with another companies relatively against one of the project. Like let's suppose we as a GTechLearn wants to work with a project of deploying a kind of a Azure web app services in my environment. And for that web app services, I need to have some supports from the Microsoft for coding and so anything like that. So I can ask the Microsoft users to come up with my environment. I can add their tenant with my account for some period of time, and then they can access my environment. They can access the project which I'm working with, and they can work with us. So this concept will come under the B2B, where you are connecting your tenant with the partner tenant itself. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the B2C, B2C means business to customer. So over there, you are calling up the consumers to come up to your published application, to work with your app and to give you the feedback. So what we can do is we can create a sign up page in my app, and I can call my users to come up to that sign up page. They can register themselves using their any of the email ID, whether it's their Gmail ID, their Facebook ID, LinkedIn ID, Twitter ID, doesn't matter. Accordingly, they can sign up themselves and then they can use my app and they can provide us a feedback. So that will come under the B2C concepts in this area. Apart from this, whenever you're talking about the identity and access management, then the conditional access is always going to be the important part. What is conditional access? So whenever I'm saying that a person try to access a resource in my current environment, he or she needs to complete some sort of condition, like they need to work with the Windows machine, they need to work with the India location, they need to work with the Chrome browser. So these three conditions they have to meet. So whenever it comes that you are providing the permission of accessing any of the app based on the condition, that can achieve using this service called conditional access. In this service, you can create a condition based on the user and their physical location, based on the application they are accessing, based on the real-time risk with their identity, based on the devices they are using, based on the browsers they are using, and all of them are going to be identified using the signals. Then once condition will met, it will give the allow access to the person. Otherwise, it will going to block the access. And maybe for sometimes you also implement the MFA along with conditional access. So once the condition has been verified, it will going to redirect for MFA prompt. After completing the MFA, person can access the resource. So this is just an example of the conditional access here. Moving forward to that, we have another service called Azure RBAC. So what is the Azure RBAC? So Azure RBAC is a service that can uh, allow us to have a role associations with a different user. Like previously, I have created some resources in my Azure. Like if I'll go and show you the same thing. So in the all resources, you can see I have lots of resources currently created on my current account, right? If I'll go and try to create one another user, let's suppose I'm going to create another user in my list, and that username should be Kuldeep Singh. Let me create my password. Let me create this user here. So I've created one another user, right? And for right now, I'm logged in with a user called Shivam. And because I'm logged in with a user called Shivam, I will be able to access all the resources which we are having in the list. So you can see that I'm going to the all resource and I'm having a list of all the resources that are created on my account. But if I'll go with another user, which I just created in the portal, let me switch myself with another user. Okay, let me reset the user password. Okay, what is my current password? Hmm. Okay, let me do one more thing. Okay, so I just logged in with another user called Ayush here. And for the newly created user, if I'll go and have a look about all resources. So right now I'm not going to be able to see any of the resources that is already created in the same directory, in the same account, or in the same tenant. So whenever you want to share the accessibility of any other resources, you need to use the RBAC role in there. So the RBAC role will going to help us to provide the availability. Let's suppose for the user called Ayush, I do wanted to share the access of a VM only, of a single VM called web server machine 01. So for providing the accessibility, I can define the accessibility from a blade called IAM blade. I need to go for adding the role assignment. And this role assignment is going to be known as role-based access control. That is the full form of RBAC itself. And here we can specify any kind of role what we want. So there are some pre-built role is also created like owner, reader, contributor, virtual machine contributor, disk operator, or maybe I'll say uh, maybe the RAM something. So we are having a lots of roles available. So let's have a look about them. So it's taking some time. Okay, so here you can see we have lots of different roles are available. If you guys wanted to create some sort of custom roles using your own permissions, so still you can create some custom roles as well. And once your custom role is present, you can add them with your respective users. Right away, I'm providing the reader permission to the user called Ayush. I'm going to select that user from the list, hitting on the select, hitting on the next, review and assign. And once the role is going to be added to this user called Ayush, after some time, the Ayush will be able to access the virtual machine services on his end, and he will be able to see the VMs that is pre-created, or for the VM against which I have associated a reader role. So we have associated it against this web server machine 01. So role assignment has been done. Let me just give a refresh only. Sometime it may be work with the refresh itself. Sometimes it may you guys need to re-log in on your account. So here you can see now the Ayush will be able to access the VM called web server machine 01, and here he can read the content only. He cannot stop the machine if he want. He cannot delete the machine if he want, and every time he will get an error code, failed to stop because you do not have the proper authorization to perform this action. So this is how the RBAC segment will going to be work. So that was something we are having relatively for the RBAC. Moving forward to that, when it comes about the security, the Microsoft is always saying that they are always following a concept of zero trust here. Zero trust means do not trust anything, verify explicitly, and always assume breach. So these are going to be the three different principles of the zero trust based on which Microsoft is always working. He's never going to trust any of the resources, any of the users you guys are having in your environment if you are opting for Microsoft security. Microsoft is always going to ask a second level of authentication of MFA for all the users, and then he will always going to assume that this login might be a kind of a breach for this resource. So accordingly it will going to start scanning their resources and going to secure their assets accordingly. So the same kind of concepts Microsoft is saying the customers to opt it and to utilize it. So if you are opting for that kind of options, so you can protect your assets wherever they are by using a centralized location, centralized approach. So in the zero trust, we are having this Azure AD. In middle, we have connected the Azure AD with the different services, and accordingly, I'm managing all the security from this tool. So this is how the things are working. Apart from this, whenever we're talking about the defense mechanism, so Microsoft is having the defense mechanism into the different parameters, into the different segments of your security area in the depth. Like they are having their own physical security for their data center buildings, and so they're having the identity providers to manage the identity risk, and so they're having the different security for the parameters, whether it is for the physical parameters of your building, whether it is a network parameter of your networks, and so they're having the solutions for the network security as well, like Azure firewalls, or maybe the web application firewall, maybe the Azure front door services, and the other services as well. They're having the compute resource to be secured as well by working with a Defender for cloud. They are having the solution for application security as well, like a web application firewall for DDoS protection. And for the rest of it, it should be a kind of a Defender for cloud itself. And then we are having the data security is also present. So there are going to be a different sets of solutions are already available for a different level of security you wanted to implement on your side. And because we are having a multiple levels of protection already enabled, so it is very difficult for the attackers to go and attack our environment in here. But still, we always need to prepare ourselves using the zero trust policy that this might be a kind of a breach, so that we can secure our environment on a updated note. Then after, we are having this single tool available, or maybe a kind of a centralized tool that will help me to secure my all kind of resources in the Azure. So in the Defender for cloud, we are having a Defender for virtual machines, Defender for app services, Defender for Kubernetes, Defender for containers, Defender for a storage account, Defender for SQL databases, Defender for other services as well. So there are lots of options are available in the Defender for cloud to secure your whole cloud infrastructure in there. You just need to come here to enable the service once, just turn off the service. After turning off service, on service, it will going to give you the whole overview of your security posture. Based on this, it will going to give you the security score, workload protection score, as well as some regulatory compliance. So in the regulatory compliance, it will going to verify the compliance of your environment based on the ISO standard, based on the GDPR standards or the other standards what you guys are selecting. And then it will also give you some sort of recommendation to make your applications to be compliant, to make your applications to be secured. So that was something we were having in this second module of this course called Azure Architect and Infrastructure in here. If you guys are having any of the queries relatively, you guys can proceed with your queries now. Okay, I guess everyone is good now. So let's move ahead and talk about our third module we are having in line, which is going to talk about management and governance. So under this module, we're going to discuss about the cost management concepts. We're going to discuss about the governance and compliance. We're going to discuss about the different types of resource deployment tools we are having. We're going to discuss about the different sets of monitoring tools we are having in line. So let's start with the first thing called cost management. So the cost management thing something is whenever we were talking about working with the Azure, so inside the Azure, the costing is always going to be depend upon the 6 different factors. And the factors are resource type. That means the type of the resource we are deploying. Is it a VM? Is it a web app? Is it a container? Is it a storage? Is it a SQL database? Is it a app service? And so same way, it will also going to be affected based on the consumption. Maybe for the VM, I'm using it for 1 hour, should give me a different billing. Same VM I'm using for 4 hours will give me a different billing. So it's always going to be depend upon the consumption as well. The third thing about the maintenance. So the maintenance charges is always added inside your billing. Then about the geographical of location, like in which region you guys are deploying that services. Is it going to be in the East US, in the East US 2, or in the India, in Africa, in Australia? So in the different regions, there are different prices are setted, and accordingly you need to pay for the same. Apart from this, it will also going to be effect based on the network traffic you guys are receiving on that virtual machines or the servers or the web apps. So how much of calls you guys are getting on a second basis or a hour basis. Based on that, it will going to charge you accordingly. And also the subscriptions you guys have purchased. Either you guys have purchased a pay as you go model subscription, either you guys have purchased a kind of a reserved benefit subscription or the other ones. So based on that, it will going to start billing your account. So there are these 6 different factors that are always going to be effect for your cost management area. Apart from it, if I'll talk about, so we have already discussed a lot of different services that are provided by the Microsoft to us in the Azure area. Apart from the Microsoft oriented services, if you guys wanted to deploy any kind of additional services that are oriented by any kind of third party softwares or the third party providers, so where we can find that specific tools or specific services. So there is a service called Azure Marketplace where we can find these different services that are published by the third party vendors, and you can opt that services from there and you can start using them in your Azure cloud. It will going to give you a open source container platform. It will have a different virtual machines and the database images are present, more than Microsoft oriented as well. It will also give you some sort of application builds and a deployment softwares on a pre-configured node, because these are already created by some of the third-party providers and they have associated with the Azure, so that you can utilize in here. You can also find some developer tools over there and much more with 10,000 plus listing. So where we can find this service? We can find this service in here in the search button. You just need to go and search for Marketplace. And you will find first service here called Marketplace. Just select that service. Under that service, you can see we are having all the services are listed. In the categories area, you can see for the categories for the compute, I have 2,799 services are present. For IT management, I have 2190 service. For security, I have 2017 service. For analytics, I have 1665 service. For developer tools, I'm having 1511 service. For web, I'm having 1432. So same way for a different kind of category, a different kind of services are present and all the services are going to be available. However, the publisher is anyone. Like for some of them, the publisher should be a Microsoft, but for some of them, it might be a F5 network, Cognisys, it might be your Solvex itself, it might be your Fortinet and the other company providers itself. So it's always going to be matter that which service you guys are opting based on which category. You can opt it from the marketplace in here. Next thing, if I'll talk about after the marketplace, the pricing calculator. So what is the pricing calculator? The pricing calculator is going to be play a very important role in that scenario when you guys are wanted to migrate the services to the Azure, or maybe you guys are planning to implement some VM, some web apps, and so how can it be working? So let me just go and open the pricing calculator first of all. So I'm going to open the Azure pricing calculator. So this is the tool. I will share the link of that also in the chat box. So in the tool, you can see that we are having the multiple service associated. So you can go and have a look about the pricing for all different services what you guys are having. First of all, let me share the link in the chat. Azure.microsoft. So this is the link. So here I've added some of the services. Let's suppose I wanted to opt for a VM skill sets only. So I'm opting for this virtual machines area, and my virtual machine has been added. Once it has been added, I would like to call some sort of functionality that which kind of VM do I need to implement in my current environment. I would say I wanted to implement my VM in the East-US location. My machine should run on the Windows server with the OS only, standard tier. My machine should have approximately of 8 gig of RAM or 2 virtual core of CPUs. That is sufficient for me. And how many VMs I'm going to run in my cloud environment? I would say 50 VMs. Then all those 50 VMs is going to be run 730 hours per month. That means 24 into 7 for a whole month. And based on this pricing, depending upon a model called pay as you go, how much of amount do I need to pay? So I need to pay the amount called $6,862 on a monthly basis. That is the average payout I need to pay. Right now I'm using the pay as you go model, license included. What if I'll say that my machine has to be work only for 240 hours only here? So for the 240 hours, I need to pay for $2,256 only instead of $6,000. And why 240 hours? Because I wanted to use my machines for the 30 days in a month and 8 hours per day. That is why I've used this 240 hours. Same way, you can also define the other things. Let's suppose I'm going to use the 730 hours because it's a whole monthly hour. And now I'm saying that in the compute, I'm using the 1-year savings plans with Microsoft. So here, my average amount which I need to pay is 6,392. However, in a pay as you go, it is 862. But once we are opted for a 1-year saving plan, $500 is going to be reduced. That means a 13% approximately of discount. Same way, if you guys are opting for 3-year saving plans with Microsoft, so in that scenario, you need to only pay the amount of $5,753 in average in a month for these 50 virtual machines. And whenever you guys are comparing this pay as you go with the other plans, so in the pay as you go, we can decide for how many hours do I need to run the machine. But in the plan, my machine is always going to be run 24 into 7 in the cloud. We can access it anytime. We can disconnect the access at any time. So with the 3-year saving plans, I need to pay for 5,753. For 1-year reserved plan, I only need to pay 5,445, and for 3-year reserved, I will get approximately of 62% of discount where I need to pay only $4,700 for these 50 virtual machines to be run, and each virtual machine will going to have a 8 gig of RAM on a dedicated basis, 2 virtual core of CPUs, and 50 gig of temporary storage. So this is how you can go for having the pricing calculators to be checked. You can also go and have a look, like with the 3-year reserved, I'm also going to opt for Azure hybrid benefit. Azure hybrid benefit means I don't want the license. I'm already having the license. I'm going to use that license only to work with the VM. So because I'm not using the license, I'm not purchasing the license with the VM. That's why I only need to pay $1,344 on a monthly basis for the 50 different virtual machines. So this is how you can go for checking the pricing in the different aspects. Same way, you can decide which managed disk do you guys are going to use, what storage transactions are you going to go do with this VM, what bandwidth do we required, and based on that, you can go come up with the total cost of your services which you guys are going to work with in here. So that's how you can go and calculate your services. Next thing we are having in line after pricing calculator is talking about total cost of ownership calculator. So the total cost of ownership calculator will help us to create an estimated budget for the services which I'm opting in the cloud and the same services we are using in the on-premises area. Let's suppose on my company, I'm having the data center. Let's say for the GTech itself, we are having the 3 different data centers. So let's have a look about the same. I'm going to open the TCO calculator. So in the TCO calculators, we always need to define the whole workload of my full data center. So because I'm having the 3 data centers, so out of these 3 data center, I'm going to configure one of the data centers configurations in here. So I'm having one of the servers, 2 servers actually. One server is on a Windows based, that is a physical server running with the Linux machine. I'm having that 10 servers running on that. I'm having 4 processors per CPU, 4 cores per processor as well. I'm having the 64 gig of RAM, or sorry, 128 gig of RAM for each server. It is optimized by CPU itself. This is my first workload. And the second workload am I using is a web app server on a physical node based on the Windows operating system using the data center version itself. Here I'm having 2 servers, and for each servers I'm having the 2 processor. Right away, I'm having the 4 core for per processor. I'm having the 64 gig of RAM. It is optimized by the memory. So these 2 servers I'm having in my current environment. Then I'm having also one of the database server available on my side. That is my SQL server. I'm working on an enterprise basis on a physical node. It's running on the Windows machine with the data center unit. And here I'm having 2 servers. Processors per server are 4s. Core are again 4s. RAM which I'm using is I'll say 64 gig of RAM optimized by CPU. And the destination is SQL database, general purpose instance goes to. I'm having the database storage available as 50 gig, and the backup I'm taking for 10 gig actually. So this is my current workload for the database. Same way I can add my data specific workload for storage account. So I'm having the specific NAS file share created on my side. I have the capacity of the file share as 100 TB for one of the data center. I'm taking the backup of 10 TB. I'm having the archive of 5 TB data as well. So this is my workload which I defined. And in the networking, I'm using a bandwidth of 10 gig itself in my East US location, or maybe in the Central India location. So I'm going to select my location itself. So I've configured my environment, which I'm having right away. Let me hit on the next button. In the adjustment, I do not want to do any kind of adjustment. I'm paying all the things, all the amounts. Let me go for the next button. So once I have configured the workload of my current data center, it is giving me a report. And in the report, it is saying that if you guys are going to use the same workload, which I defined in here for the next 5 years, so you will need to pay approximately of that much of amount on your end, from the basic infrastructure to the server maintenance to the proper running and daily expenditures and so overall you need to pay that much of amount in here. If you will use the same kind of workload in the cloud, then you only need to pay that much of amount in the next 5 years. And because of it, you will save approximately of that much of amount. So the TCO calculator will always give us the estimated budget in all the environment based on what kind of workloads MI guys are using in here. So this is how the specific calculations can be done from the TCO calculator also. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the cost management. So just like the way we are measuring the cost of our specific service or the whole workload with two different calculators, same way for the ongoing environment, what we are having this tool called Azure Cost Management available that will help us to identify my current billing of my current account. And accordingly, we can do the things. So let me show you this specific tool. I'm going to work with another account this time. And I wanted to work with the shivam.gtech@outlook.com. I'm having the password here. Okay, so my code is 2970792. Let me verify myself. And here my account has been logged in successfully. So once my account has been logged in successfully, I can go and have a look about the tool which we just discussed called in the subscriptions. I can open my subscriptions. I can open my subscription again. And in the subscription area, you will find this tool called cost management. Under the cost management, there are four options. Very first one is a cost analysis. So in the cost analysis area, it will going to give you the estimate that how much of amount you have spent till now in this current month and how much you are going to spend in the rest of the days for this current billing cycle. However, in the cost alert, we'll be able to decide about the alerts whenever we wanted to receive an alert after spending that a specific set of amount. Let's suppose I'm having the 6,000 rupees in my account, and out of the 6,000 rupees, I'll say I wanted to get the notification when I will spend 4,000 of rupees out of it. So I can create the alerts accordingly using this second tool called cost alerts. In the third alert called budgets, we can also go for creating the budgets here. In the budgets, we can decide that if I'm running a VM instance in my current environment, so in the VM instance, I would say that they can only use $100 out of my whole amount of money which I'm having in the subscriptions on a monthly basis. So once the $100 will completed in the consumption mode, then stop the services at the same time. So that kind of budgets can be created as well in this cost management tool. Also in the cost analysis, it will going to give you the proper analysis about the different sets of services that are running, that how much of amount you are spending against which of the service. So right away, I have spent 311 rupees against the app service, 106 rupees about against the security center, 9 rupees against the storage, and for advanced threat protection 0.08 paisa, and for bandwidth 0.02 paisa. So this is the specific analysis we have done on a normal node. So you can download this report as well. After downloading it, you can actually go and have a proper utilization. So this is how you can manage your specific set of subscriptions using the different cost management things in your account. And so let me come back to my previous account now. So in this one, you can have a proper report to be present. So you can have a proper data enrichment to be checked. You can create the budgets, you can create the alerts, you can have the recommendation also to follow, that what recommendation will help you in terms of working with this current environment or maybe to reduce your costing effort and so. Now, the next segment we are having in the line is talking about the tags. So what is a tag? Tag is an example of a governance strategy where I am saying that we have a multiple resource in the environment in the cloud area. I wanted to have a solution so that I can always identify that which resource has been created against which user for which perspective, belongs to which department, and so I wanted to have a kind of a solution for it. So for that kind of solutions, whenever you wanted to identify something using some sort of additional, I'll say the taxonomy and so, like using some metadata in it, so you can opt for the tax services. The tags are going to help us to provide a proper metadata to those services to be on an add-on node. And using that metadata, you can always verify that this VM is opted by a team called development team, and they are using this VM for app development on, and this VM is running for 24 hours on a daily basis, and against its billing, it's against that specific subscription. So this is how the things can be verified. So you can always go and create the tags, you can associate the tags with the resources, and then from the billing, in the end, you can actually download the billing report, and from the billing report, you can filter the data based on the tags, and will be able to monitor about the expenditure of whole department, based on the resources, based on the department, based on the users, based on the teams, based on the work, and so this is how the tags can be utilized. The next segment we are having in line is governance and compliance area. So under the governance, the very first option is the Azure Blueprint. So what is the Azure Blueprint? Azure Blueprint is going to be known as a kind of a architectural diagram for your current identical environment. Let's suppose I'm working with this environment called Shivam AZ-900. Under this environment, I'm having some of the resources that are pre-created. I'm having some of the policies that are pre-created. I'm having some of the firewall rules that are pre-created. I'm having a lots of things that are already created, like the network, the connectivity, network security groups, and so. What if I'll say that I wanted to create the identical environment again on a different account? So we have two options for the same. Either I can search one by one each and every services and then deploy that services into the newly created account and then set up our whole account. So that will take a time. But there's another option for doing so. If you wanted to create an identical environment, so just come up to the blueprint service, take the blueprint of this current environment, of this current tenant on a ARM section. It will going to have a combination of the multiple ARM templates, and then use that blueprint to deploy the newly resources to the newly created account itself. So just export the template from here and import it over there, and then the identical environment is going to be created with the policy, with the resources, with the setup, with the configuration, with the user login, with the proper role distribution, and lots of other things. So that can be done from here using the Azure Blueprint. Moving forward to that, talking about the Azure policy. So Azure policy is also a kind of a tool that will help us to restrict my user to perform any kind of task in my environment. Previously, you can see that if I'll try to create a VM in the East US location, so it is allowing me to create a machine in the East US location. However, let's suppose I want to deny the user to create any VM in the East US location. So what I can do is I can go for searching the policy. I can open the policy. I can go for a definition to be created. I can go for the assignment to be made. Let me go for assign a policy because the definition is pre-created for that policy, which I wanted to utilize depending upon the allowed location. So I'm going for assigning the policy. I wanted to assign it over to this subscription, which I'm having, over to a resource group, sorry, which I'm having called AZ-900. Let me go for saving it. Let me hit on the yes button. And which policy definition I wanted to opt. So in the template, I'm having a policy definition called allowed location. So this is my built-in policy which I wanted to opt it. So I can go and select the policy. I can enable the policy enforcement. Let me go to the next button. In the advanced area, I can go for the resource selectors override if we want, but right now I do not want to any of these. In the next area called parameters, I'm going to select the locations. What is going to be the allowed location and what is going to be the denied location? So right now I'm working with the allowed locations only. So I'm going to allow the locations called Central India as well as South India as well as West India. I only wanted to allow the user to work with these three locations as well in my whole environment. So I'm selecting these locations, hitting on the next button. I do not want to go for remediate. What compliance message do I need to follow through? I would like to say the region you have selected is not allowed in your account. Kindly select the allowed location to create a resource from the list that is Central India, then East India, West India, then I'll say South India. So this is the non-compliance message which I wanted to popped up. Hitting on the next button and let me go for creating this policy here. Once I have created this policy, after creating this policy within 10 to 15 seconds or 20 seconds, if you will go to create any of the services, or if you are going to create any of the resources in here on the selected location, like I'm going to select the East US location as of now. Let me go for AZ-900 resource. Let me call my machine as machine 01 only. I wanted to use with Ubuntu server as well. Let me go for review and create page. And let's wait for the validation to be passed out. Okay, let me create this machine now. So let's wait for some time. After some time, it is going to give me a message of deployment failed because I have initialized a policy where I'm allowing the locations to be worked with only the 3 of them from my current list, and the same way it can be affected. If I'll try to do the same thing again with this resource group, let me call my machine as machine 02. Or maybe let me just get a refresh of this page. Going for the VM, going for the Azure VM. Let's have a look about the validation. Okay, so here the validation has been failed. Okay, let me just change the virtual CPU's options itself. So Azure policy may take up to 30 minutes to deploy, or maybe most of the time it will work within 10 to 15 seconds itself, but sometimes it will going to wait, allow us to wait for the 30 minutes in here to implement this kind of things. Once the policy is implemented, it will going to deny me to create any of the resources in that current locations, which is not selected under the allowed ones. So this is how the Azure policy will going to help to work with a proper governance thing in the environment. Next option we are having is a resource log. So resource log is a service which we are going to utilize by the users in terms of preventing the accidental deletion. Accidental deletion means that if you guys have created a resource, let's suppose I have created the resource group or the VM, and I do not want that any of the other user can go and delete that VM itself. So what I can do is I can create a log to that, and then I can associate the log with the resource. We are having the two different types of logs that can be created. The very first is delete for only the deletion. Second one is read only. So in the read only the person will be able to read the content with the resource, but they will not be able to perform anything. Sorry. So let's have a look about the resource log. So I'm going with the resource group right away in the list. I'm opening my resource group in here. Under this resource group, for associating the log, you can go for the log button, and then you can go for adding the log. For adding the log, you need to provide the log name. Let's suppose it's log01, and I wanted to go for the read-only log. So I'm hitting on the OK button as a read-only log. In the read-only log, if I'll go to the overview page and if I'll open one of the services from here, let's suppose I'm opening the virtual machine called machine01, and I wanted to reboot this machine. So let me go for stopping first of all, and then I'll restart it. Let me use with another machine now. Okay, so here you can see that it has given me an error. In the error, it is saying that you do not have a proper authorization to perform this task in here. So this is how a specific set of lock is going to be work. After initializing the lock, you need to wait for 1 or 2 minutes in here to implement that service. And once it's implemented, it will going to be applicable for all the resources, all the inherent resources, which will come under the specific resource group. The same way, you can also go for creating the resources for delete itself only, not with the read only, but you can make it to the delete perspectives. So accordingly as well, you will be able to create the logs. You can directly go for deleting the logs as well whenever it is required. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about, so we are having a specific portal called Service Trust Portal present. The Service Trust Portal is a kind of a portal where the Microsoft is updating their regular audit reports for the public view. So you can visit this Service Trust Portal to have a look about the specific reports as well. Let me just share the link with you guys. So in this area, you will be able to see the reports based on the audit done by any of the company providers. Let's suppose I wanted to go for the reports relatively for privacy and data protection. So last privacy and data protection audit done by a specific person called company, and here's the report available for the same, and the updated is on 4th January. That means last audit has been done on a 4th January, and the audit has been done relatively for the some sub processes based on the customer data or the personal data in Microsoft Online Services. You can go for downloading this report and you can start reading out that report itself, and after reading that report you can easily verify yourself whether do you need to trust the Microsoft for the data privacy things or not. So it is a kind of a open page. It is a kind of a interactive page that will help you to understand about all the audits and the things that are going towards the Microsoft in here, to have a proper information about all the things, that what kind of policies they are following and the other things in here. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the management and the deployment tools, so there are going to be a different sets of management and the deployment tools are present that can work with the Azure management area. The previously one which we are already using is the Azure portal. Apart from the Azure portal, you guys can also work with the Azure PowerShell to manage, Azure Cloud Shell to manage, and the command line interface to manage. So these are also a way to access your environment and to manage your Azure services, whether it's for creating a resource, deleting a resource, editing a resource, updating a resource, or anything else. Then after, we are having a service in line called Azure Arc. So what is the Azure Arc service? Azure Arc is a kind of a service that will provide you the integration from your on-premises server. Let's suppose you guys are working with the hybrid environment. In the hybrid environment, you guys are managing your all the cloud resources using the Defender for Cloud or the other cloud-based tools what we are having. The same thing you need to manage your on-premises server as well with the cloud services. So Azure Arc will help you to just connect that on-premises server with your cloud services so that you can secure it using the cloud portal, you can manage it using the cloud portal and the other things to be done. So it's going to be give you a kind of a pathway in between connecting your on-premises server to the cloud. So here we can directly add a whole server, not only the single virtual machine or the twice virtual machine, the whole proper server you can add it. And based on that, you can secure them using the cloud infra. Moving forward to that, we are also having the Azure Resource Manager, that is your ARM template. So what are the ARM templates? ARM templates is a kind of a way to create any of the resources inside your environment. Let's suppose we are having a VM here. I'm going for this VM. And for this VM, I'll show you that if I'll go to the export template area. So here my specific ARM template is going to be created. In the ARM template, there are going to be the two files always. Very first is a template file and then the parameter files. So in the template files, you can see the JSON is already written depending upon the configuration you have made with this machine. Same way in the parameters, it has added what added parameters are associated with this machine in here, like the network interface added, like the disk added, virtual machine CI name added, and so. So you need to create this template file on the JSON based by writing down the JSON code. And once you guys are having this ARM template with you, you can deploy this ARM template by using the multiple tools called Azure portal, using the PowerShell environment, using the CLI environment, and using the other REST clients what you guys are having. So using the different kind of development kits, you can deploy this ARM template towards your environment in terms of creating any of the resources called data store, web app, virtual machine, service management, web application firewall, Azure firewall, web application gateway, load balancers, and so. So you can create any of the resources using this one also. In the ARM templates, it is going to be a kind of a file where the JSON notation is present. Under this file, you will find some declarative syntax. You will find some repeatable results. You can have some orchestration to be present. You can have some modular files to be present. You can have some built-in validation code to be present, and also some sort of code that can be exported into a different manner. So these are the components are going to be present with the ARM tool. Moving forward to that, if I'll talk about the Azure monitoring tool in the list. So we are having a lots of different monitoring tools are available. The very first is the Azure Advisor. So Azure Advisor is basically going to give you the advice about your current environment, how your environment is running, what you can make a change to reduce your costing, to reduce your effort in terms of security and compliance, and the performance itself to enhance your performance of your services. So Azure Advisor will give you all kinds of advices in the single place, depending upon the reliability of the resource, depending upon the security of the resource, performance, cost, and the operational excellence. You can find the same service in here. You can just write it down the Azure Advisor name, and you will find the advisor service that is present. Same way, you have another kind of a tool present called Service Health. The service health tool is going to be work in that manner only when you wanted to get the information that which service is down from the Azure side. We know that Azure is always doing some sort of updations over to the multiple services into the multiple Azure regions in itself. So the service health will let you know that in which region against which service do we have any kind of downtime available in the upcoming time or not. If yes, accordingly we can plan our service deployment to a different locations from the previous one where the update was coming. So the service trust portal will going to the service health portal will going to help me to find these kind of things. I can go and search the service health portal. I can open this. Under the service health, you can see the service issues that are currently on an ongoing node with the affected resources, with the affected locations. You can have proper information about the planned maintenance from the Microsoft end. You can have the alt advisory that is initialized by the Azure on a regular basis. You can go for having some security advisory that are published by the Microsoft. You can find all those things from here, from this tool called Service Health. The next tool we are having in line is called as Azure Monitor. So what is Azure Monitor? Azure Monitor is a kind of a tool that will help you to monitor all your different resources from a centralized place. You can monitor their insights, you can monitor their log data, you can manage their smart alerts, you can manage some automated action that needs to be performed. You can also go for creating some customized dashboards over there. You can go for creating the workbooks depending upon that dashboards and so. And accordingly, from a centralized place, you can monitor your resource and you can check which resource need what kind of changes to be done for a proper running. So that is all we are having inside this specific module as well, called module number 3. If you guys are having any kind of queries relatively from module 3 or from the whole course, you guys can go ahead and ask your queries now. Okay, guys, so that's all the things which we have planned for this current session from our end. I hope you guys enjoyed this session and learned something from it. So we'll meet again into upcoming sessions of AI 900. Till the time, enjoy day, guys.
Hello.
Yes, Farooq.
Hello, Shivam.
Yes, Farooq.
This is Farooq. Yes, I attend your class. It is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, unfortunately, I just got sick last night. I'm in the doctor's office and watching on the cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
How if we want to contact you after this meeting? Do you have any number available or something, or email
Okay.
address that I can contact you?
So you
And
can visit our websites for the same for contacting us. That is GTechLearn.com.
yeah, so you will be the contact person, or someone else pick up the phone if I need to
We
contact
have a
you.
team. Whoever is available will respond to you accordingly.
But they can connect me to you, right?
Right.
Okay, and if the recording will be available?
Yes, the recording is always going to be available. You can visit our website called gtechlearn.com/webinar.aspx.
Yeah.
Okay, I have shared the link as well in the chat. Come up to this website and then in the events and webinar section,
Yes.
click on the past event. From the
Yes.
past event, you can find out your event relatively for your course. And then after the event, you will find this button called Watch Now. Click on this button and you
Watch
will
it.
be able to
Yes.
watch all the videos that are already recorded.
Yeah. Secondly, you guys should prepare for examination.
Yes, we are providing some examination sessions as well, also with the
Okay.
course.
Okay, I'll contact you right after that.
Sure.
Sometime. Where are you located? In India right now?
Right now we are in India. So you can also contact us using the LinkedIn session as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I will take a look because I'm in Canada. There's some time difference.
Okay, no
So,
problem.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you guys, everyone, for joining the session here.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.